It's live. Oh, you're live. You're good to go.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee for our bill hearings today. I'm Vice Chairman Dana Stein, sitting in for our Chairman Kumar Barve, who has a couple bill hearings in the Ways and Means Committee. And so we'll be back in a little while. Before we begin, I do want to announce that there's a change in the bill order. House Bill 503 is now going first. And then after that bill, we'll resume with the order as presented on the hearing agenda. So then House Bill 472 will be the second, House Bill 225 the third, etc. So with that, I'd like to welcome Delegate Young to present on House Bill 503. And I know he'll be presenting shortly, but want to welcome County Executive Johnny Olszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Would you like me to go, or should I let Delegate Young?
Actually, we'll have Delegate Young go first.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So members of the committee, Honorable Chair Barve, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you HB 503, the establishment of the Office of Climate Change with the Governor's Office. For the record, I'm Delegate Pat Young from 44 Baltimore County. And you have my testimony, but I'll be happy to paraphrase and just kind of give you one, where this is coming from, why it's important, and hopefully convince you of moving on a favorable report. This bill establishes the Office of Climate Change in the Office of the Governor. This office would be required to coordinate with the Commission on Climate Change to ensure certain recommendations are implemented, as well as work with local governments on the development and implementation of local climate change plans and initiatives. According to NOAA, the global mean sea level is estimated to rise by at least 1 foot by the end of the century. That's 1 foot. And being a coastal state, that should be concerning to us, as well as any other state that relies on and has a location that has not only the bay, but also access to the Atlantic Ocean. Rising sea levels threaten not just homes, but the vital infrastructure like roads, power plants, water supply, and the structures necessary for local folks to get their jobs done, as well as for us to just continue in some of the infrastructure building and creation of our economy related to oil, gas wells, sewage, as well as implementing our plans related to offshore wind. I will say that this bill also recognizes the fact that we're taking science into account. We're looking at the data. We're listening to the fact that this is real and it's not a question. This addresses an issue that you can look no further than Baltimore County to recognize where we're doing it right. Baltimore County has implemented initiatives, starting with another esteemed member of this committee. Delegate Steve Lafferty now serves as the sustainment officer, and I believe if I just mixed up his new title that I believe he just got, I'm sure the county executive will correct me, but he is doing amazing work related to climate change just in Baltimore County, addressing the issues and making sure that we're prepared. This would help enhance those same successes at a state level, helping to coordinate with other jurisdictions. Other counties that may also want to implement the same sort of programs would have the opportunity to do so and coordinate with the state. And state counties that already have, like Baltimore County, would be able to coordinate with this particular cabinet position to enhance what they've already done. Before I pass it over to our panel, I would just like to say that I think we all know, especially members of this committee, recognize that Maryland has a unique history and relationship with the sea and with the bay. Our entire history is surrounded by our interaction with our cultivation of the bay and the ocean. And it just makes sense that we should be, one, following the lead of other states, as well as making sure that we recognize for ourselves the importance of this sustainable resource and the challenges and concerns that climate change has on Maryland and on our future and the future of our citizens. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. County Executive Johnny Olszewski.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Stein and committee members. It's great to be in front of you. This is my first virtual opportunity to testify this session, but really it's great to be with you on behalf and in support of House Bill 503. I want to thank Delegate Young for sponsoring this important legislation and for your opportunity, for having the opportunity to discuss it with you today. Look, we all know that climate change is real. We know it's a problem worthy of attention. It's pressing now. It will only become more pressing in the years ahead. It's an obligation of leaders and legislators to take action to implement meaningful reform. We know that Maryland is especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and so it requires local, state, and national leaders coming together. I want to thank this committee for the many policies that you've put in place to pursue the issue of climate change and the issues that you're continuing to discuss this year and in years ahead. In Baltimore County, as Delegate Young mentioned, we are moving ahead. We are making significant progress. And that progress has been accelerated by having someone to coordinate what has become very necessary interdepartmental and cross-departmental efforts. It is why we appointed a former colleague of yours and mine, Steve Lafferty, to be the county's first ever Chief Sustainability Officer. And he really has led incredible efforts, whether it's creating our county's first ever climate action plan, doing methane capture, resuming glass recycling, working towards solar on buildings, energy performance contracting, electrification of our fleets. So much has happened in such a short period of time because we've prioritized that interdepartmental approach to such an important issue. And he's also just simply made government more efficient. So while the state does have the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, there are many good ideas and recommendations that have been put forward as a result of that commission. There isn't a centralized group in the governor's office to coordinate efforts across the state. So we are asking for you to instate a climate change office under the governor's authority to help implement those recommendations from the Commission on Climate Change, to help implement the policies that you in this body put forward, and really assist us in local governments to improve efforts in our communities. So I also want to just thank my colleagues at MACO for recognizing the benefit of having that support and for their support of this legislation as well. I think it both sends the right signal that we are taking this issue seriously, and it helps drive the work. So with that, again, I thank you for the opportunity, and I urge a favorable report on this legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. County Executive. And Delegate, since Alex Butler signed up as favorable with amendments, why don't we take any questions that anyone might have for you, the County Executive, now, if that's okay. So with that, are there any questions for the County Executive or Delegate Young? Well, I have a question. I guess, Mr. County Executive and Delegate, it sounds like what you're saying is that in Baltimore County government, by having this Office of Sustainability being able to work as sort of an equal partner with other agencies, other agency directors, that you're able to sort of bring climate change considerations to other agency decisions to make them more prominent. And so you're suggesting that the same could happen at the state level, is that right?
Yeah, we think that what we're doing in Baltimore County is a great model, Mr. Vice Chair, and it's become so embedded that it's really a practice in all that we do. Two things that we changed for our budgeting process, for example, this year is that we are both having a sustainability review of all things in the budget, as well as doing an equity review that our Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Troy Williams, is helping us lead. But I think having this similar model where we have someone thinking about this sustainability lens is really important. And I think, again, that's why I think it's great that my colleagues at MACO see the benefit of having that support from a local perspective to have that coordination across the state government.
And if I could chime in too, I think the ability to be more effective in terms of state approach is part of the focus of this bill, and what I think we've seen in Baltimore County, and I know the county executive has seen, and we'd like to see it at state level too.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I think someone needs to mute their connection.
It's Delegate Clark.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, well, seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Mr. County Executive. Good to see you. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much.
And now I'd like to call up Alex Butler, who's favorable with amendments.
Well, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alex Butler with Maryland Association of Counties here in support of House Bill 503 with amendments. Simply put, counties are in many cases on the front lines of combating climate change, as the county executive and the delegate very well stated. We are always welcome to new support and additional guidance from the state, especially when they don't come with additional mandates attached. MACO is very glad to have representation on the Maryland Commission on Climate Change and its change. To the extent we can gain additional research and additional research support and additional guidance from the state, we feel that is very beneficial. I know some counties have their own versions of this office and they feel it has been very beneficial for them. MACO is here today supporting the bill with amendments to simply clarify that this office is there to provide support, and a copy of our uncodified language we'd like to see is included at the bottom of our written testimony. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Butler? Let's see, Delegate Frazier Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Butler, thank you so much for coming today. Just in a nutshell, can you tell me what concerns you have or what your amendment or amendments do? What concerns specifically do you have?
So our members expressed a little bit of concern at a new office would seek to sort of, be in charge of writing their own regulations, doing their own mandates on sort of a county government structure. So we work very well with the Commission on Climate Change. We'd be happy to work with an office like this to really help us and support us. I think that, to the extent that it is facilitating recommendations and is advisory, we're very much in support of that. And that is clarified in our sort of uncodified language that we have and attached to our written testimony.
So in essence, and I'm not trying to be difficult here, I'm just trying to really understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is you're okay with the position as long as the position doesn't have any real teeth?
Well, not necessarily real teeth. I think that, an office like this, it provides a lot of benefits across agencies. And, we've seen that in each jurisdiction that has one of these. I think that
Alex, your connection is, we missed your last.
it's a coordinating role.
I can't understand it.
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm cutting in and out here.
Yeah.
Hopefully you all can hear me at this point.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I entirely forgot the question. I think I stated it all and then it just all got cut out. But I think Delegate, to your question, I'm happy to talk with you offline as well. I think that, we've seen the benefits of an agency like this in each jurisdiction, and we'd like that to happen at the state level. We'd like to receive the support and the guidance. I think that there is a little bit of concern that sort of new mandates would come directly from this office to a jurisdiction. But I think the bill, the way it's written, is very favorable for counties. We just want to make sure that that's clarified and that we receive that support and that help.
Okay, yeah, it just seems to me that we can't overreact to the crisis that we find ourselves in right now. And I think that we all need to start using the term crisis because that's what it is. And it affects not only Baltimore City and Montgomery County, but all the suburbs, especially all the areas specifically around the Bay. And so I would think an office like this would be very welcomed by everybody. But thank you.
Thank you,
Delegate Boyce.
I'm sorry if this is a repeat because you did go in and out, but to Delegate Frazier Hidalgo's point, I would respectfully say it doesn't seem like your amendment is necessary because it really explicitly says that this position would work with local governments. And speaking on behalf of Baltimore City, where we have not only climate change issues that are creating new issues, I think coordinating bodies and considering different climate change issues happen differently across the state. Someone kind of helping us with that is much needed. So I guess I don't see your point about this being a potential hindrance in that we're being made to do something, but rather I see it as an additional resources to do something. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, absolutely, Delegate. That is exactly what we want from this office. We absolutely want them to help us coordinate with other jurisdictions, between interjurisdictional communication and coordination, and also with the state. So to the extent that this really sets the tone for those relationships, we're absolutely in favor. Our language, I don't think, would disturb the overall intent of the bill. It's simple, uncodified language to just rest assured our members that we're not looking at a hard and fast new mandate coming from an agency like this, but rather that we all work together in the best way possible. So I think that this obviously is a very positive thing, and our uncodified language does not ruin the intent of the legislation.
And again, to the point of the need, and given the fact that certain plans currently, whether it's a flood plan or it's a climate change plan, or if it's a rainstorm event, usually currently don't pair up to certain codes or mandates. And so I really don't see the need for your amendment in that, again, fast and hard, climate change is here. And I think a lot of the issues that we are all having together, and the more that we can have somebody help each jurisdiction figure out their specific issue, and especially I'm going to speak for myself and be a little selfish here in my area, where two residents have been dealing with infrastructure issues as well as rain events that have caused flooding for 60 years in their home. And something like this really helps the city to help figure out what to do, so these folks don't end up having to, in some cases, lose their home or have somebody buy out their home to then demolish it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony for House Bill 503. There was a fair amount of written testimony that's been submitted, and want to note that the county executive from Montgomery County, Mr. Mark Elrich, has submitted a letter of support. So thank you, Delegate Young. Thank you, County Executive Olszewski. And next we will turn to House Bill 472. And want to call up Delegate Sheila Ruth. I should note that the sponsor is listed as Delegate Pat Young, but my understanding is that Delegate Ruth will be amended to be the sponsor and will be presenting on this bill. So take it away, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, presenting HB 472. This bill is about protecting human health and the environment from glyphosate, an herbicide used to control weeds. You know it as the primary ingredient in Monsanto's popular Roundup weed killer, which was acquired by Bayer in 2018. The question is whether there is enough evidence that glyphosate causes harm to human health or the environment to restrict its use. Reading through the opposition testimony, there's a lot of misunderstanding about how science works. The opposition would have you believe that this study or that study proves that glyphosate is not harmful, but that's not how science works. Scientific studies are not proof. They just show a statistical result within a margin of error. And I'll add that I talked to my son, who's a scientist, and he said he's immediately skeptical of anyone who says that a scientific study proves something. What you study and how you study it matters. Different studies might produce different results because of the data collected and the methodology. Over time, science builds a picture from the many puzzle pieces of the different research. I've taken a deep dive into the science so you don't have to. I encourage you to look at my written testimony, which lays it out in more detail than I can in 4 minutes. Just briefly, I want to mention the 2015 World Health Organization International Agency for Research on Cancer study. They analyzed data from multiple studies and issued a report that concluded that glyphosate is a probable human carcinogen. Now, the opponents will cite the 2017 EPA risk assessment stating that glyphosate is likely not a human carcinogen. How is it that these two agencies came to such different conclusions? A January 2019 tightly peer-reviewed paper asked that very question. How did the US EPA and IARC reach diametrically opposed conclusions on the genotoxicity of glyphosate-based herbicides? And they found that the EPA relied mostly on registrant commissioned, in other words, Monsanto commissioned, unpublished regulatory studies, 99% of which were negative, while the IARC relied mostly on peer-reviewed studies, of which 70% were positive. More information on human health studies is in my written testimony. Beyond human health, there's research showing concerning environmental impacts as well. Recent research has shown harmful impacts on bees and on the monarch butterfly populations, which many of you know is personal to me because I raise monarchs every year. You may have seen my social media posts. Also, in November 2020, just a couple of months ago, the EPA found likely adverse impact from glyphosate on 93% of listed endangered species and 96% of their habitats. And this finding was after the EPA issued the interim approval, which you may read about. This bill as written would ban glyphosate completely in Maryland. I've met with stakeholders and I recognize the challenges in banning it for agricultural, residential, and business use. An amendment is being drafted that would instead only require state and local governments to stop using it. There is enough evidence of cause for concern that it's clear we need to reduce the use of this herbicide in our environment. This is a good first step, restricting state and local government, while we examine how to move forward to protect Maryland's residents, pollinators, and endangered species. I'd like to make one comment about the fiscal note, which talks a lot about how restricting glyphosate would require hiring workers to perform hand weeding. I just wanted to say that in a year in which around 900,000 Marylanders filed for unemployment, some of those probably would have preferred a job pulling weeds to trying to navigate the unemployment system. Putting Marylanders to work would be a benefit, and working residents are tax-paying residents. I ask for a favorable report on HB 472. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. We'll hold questions until your panel is presented. So with that, I want to welcome our former colleague, Delegate Steve Lafferty, now Planning Director in Baltimore County, back to the committee to present on the bill. So welcome, Delegate Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the best committee in the House of Delegates. I am here in support of HB 472 with the sponsors' amendments that Delegate Ruth just addressed. This committee, as most of you know, has seen vigorous debates on the bans of various pesticides and herbicides over the past number of years, including neonicotinoids and chlorpyrifos. You understand the threats to the environment and human health that can be posed by such herbicides and pesticides. As amended, House Bill 472 prohibits the use of glyphosates by local governments and state government on their property due to the risks of harm presented by this herbicide. I've been in public service many years, including 13 great years in the House of Delegates. As the planning director now, I continue my public service and believe sincerely that the government's responsibility is to protect the health, welfare, and well-being of its residents and anyone who is in the jurisdiction. Even if there's contradictory evidence, the government should be cautious and always seek to ensure public safety. As you know, the use of glyphosates has strong proponents and opponents. As the delegate just indicated, there are serious risks of harm to the environment. Additionally, studies show that it's a carcinogen with links to myeloma and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, as well as being an endocrine disruptor. Admittedly, glyphosate is an effective pesticide or herbicide. However, local governments have an obligation to err on the side of safety and to avoid endangering the natural environment and human health when there are any indications that there could be harm. And as the delegate pointed out, there are many indications, many studies indicating that glyphosates can cause serious harm and damage. House Bill 472 will ensure that local governments can protect their residents, visitors, and the environment. I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Steve, great to see you. Always great.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to go next to Kevin Wegner. I can't pronounce your first name. Wegner. Is Kevin there? With KW Landscaping? Well, maybe we can come back to him. Let's go to Seth Grimes.
He is there, Mr. Chairman. He's just trying to unmute.
Oh, all right. We'll wait for Kevin.
Okay, I'm here. Can everybody hear me now?
Yeah, we can. I can see you and hear you.
Okay, and the last name is Wangernook. But don't worry, you're not the first person to butcher it.
Okay,
All
go
right.
ahead. You got 2 minutes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. I've been in business for 28 years now, and I was educated at University of Maryland, College Park. I practiced both conventional treatments and organic treatments. In 2009, I decided to only provide organic treatments and have never strayed away from that approach since. The biggest reason for that change was the health of my employees. I felt horrible risking someone's health by asking them to use harmful chemicals numerous times on a daily basis, and this included glyphosate. I was worried that years or decades later, they would experience the side effects that glyphosate can cause. After some organic tryouts, I have found a product that works reasonably well, and I will admit sometimes requires a follow-up visit, and yes, it costs more than glyphosate, but it does the job, and actually it does smell pretty nice. I cannot win the argument that glyphosate is a cheaper option than an organic option, but if you consider the long-term effects to the applicators and even other people that are exposed to the applications and to the environment, you have to figure the cost of long-term healthcare and the restoration of the imbalance that is created in the environment from the use of glyphosate. Some of the long-term health effects include cancer, liver and kidney damage, reproductive and developmental issues, and risks for pregnant women and children. The long-term effects to the soil include killing of existing microbiology, which interrupts the nature's processes of decomposing organic matter and recycling and regulating carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. I guess my argument is to spend money now on an organic solution and possible manual removal, or spend money later kicking the can to someone else by paying for medical treatments with a possible no return to a normal, healthy body. And also having to rebuild soil health by implementing programs to restore soil biology, whether they're from compost applications or additional fertilization applications. I personally have thrived in business with the organic approach. Yes, it costs more, and yes, my clients pay for it, but I have the peace of mind, and my clients do as well, that their properties are safe to enter at any time when we're done our services. That's what I got to say.
Seth Grimes is next, and then we'll entertain questions from for the sponsor and the favorable presenters. Oh, we have Ashley Bowers also, excuse me. So Seth Grimes, then Ashley Bowers.
Thank you, Chair Barve and Delegate Stein and committee members. My testimony is actually on behalf of Tacoma Park Mobilization, an advocacy group with a network of over 2,500 that is active in justice, immigration, environmental, and other causes. I will address the bill as introduced. Tacoma Park Mobilization supports HB 472. The City of Tacoma Park Safe Grow Law, enacted in 2014, I wrote that bill as a city council member, bans lawn care use of synthetic chemical pesticides, including glyphosate, in the active ingredient in the widely used and misused Roundup herbicide. Montgomery County enacted a similar ban via the 2015 Healthy Lawns Act. Our local governments acted because the dangers posed by synthetic chemical pesticides, including to non-targeted plant and animal life, particularly children and vulnerable individuals, and to our ecosystems, including the Chesapeake Bay, are clear. These dangers have been established by numerous peer-reviewed scientific studies. I'll spare you a retelling here, as other testimony will have covered this point. Those dangers far outweigh the pesticides' limited benefits, which are readily achieved by alternative pest control methods and substances. However, neither Tacoma Park nor Montgomery County restricts the ability to use pesticides in agriculture. Agriculture applies glyphosate extensively despite classification as probably carcinogenic to humans by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. California adopted this classification of glyphosate as a carcinogen in 2017. However, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, Donald Trump's EPA, of course, undercut California's action by prohibiting that labels be required to carry a cancer warning. Our conclusions: glyphosate is unacceptably dangerous, state action is appropriate, and action must go beyond labels and warnings. An outright ban is needed, and that is why Tacoma Park Mobilization supports HB 472 and urges a favorable committee report and General Assembly enactment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apparently, Amanda Starbuck did not have a chance to testify. I have yet. So if Amanda, if you're there, we'll take you, and then we'll take Ashley Bowers. You there, Amanda?
Here, and I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Go right ahead.
So I'm from Food and Water Watch, a national nonprofit advocacy organization with thousands of supporters in Maryland, and we were pleased to support Delegate Ruth's bill to prohibit the use of glyphosate within Maryland. Glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup herbicides, is the most widely applied herbicide in the world. Monsanto, which is today owned by Bayer, has long marketed glyphosate as a safe method for controlling bee populations on the field and around the home. However, study after study have revealed the harmful effects of glyphosate. Glyphosate is a probable human carcinogen, according to the World Health Organization. Roundup and other glyphosate herbicides are possible endocrine disruptors, meaning they can interfere with the body's hormones and lead to chronic health problems. Glyphosate also alters gut microbiome, which possibly contributes to a wide range of human health impacts related to gut health that scientists are now just beginning to understand. And glyphosate has also led to widespread ecological contamination, can be toxic to many types of wildlife, and also impacts pollinators like monarch butterflies and honeybees. Unfortunately, our government's approval process for chemical herbicides remains inadequate and outdated. The Environmental Protection Agency, for instance, only considers glyphosate in isolation, thereby excluding any study addressing the synergenic effects of glyphosate formulations as they are actually used. EPA also overwhelmingly uses industry-submitted studies, which a Food and Water Watch analysis found are several times less likely to find evidence of glyphosate's toxicity compared to studies from the open literature. In contrast, the World Health Organization's comprehensive assessment that relied exclusively on publicly available studies concluded that glyphosate is probably carcinogenic to humans. In absence of federal action, state regulators need to step up protection and to protect environmental and public health. Roundup has lost its effectiveness for many farmers as more and more superweeds resistant to it have sprung up. It is a suspected carcinogen and a likely contributor to a wide range of health conditions. For these reasons, Food and Water Watch requests a favorable report for HB 472. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ashley Bowers, who signed up favorable with amendments, and you're representing the mayor of Baltimore. Please unmute yourself and go for it.
Thank you, Chairman Barv. My name is Ashley Bowers. I'm the Environmental Policy Analyst for the Baltimore City Department of Recreation and Parks, of which I'm representing today. I want to bring an important perspective to the conversation. So within the Forestry Division, I oversee the Natural Areas Conservation Management Program. Our focus is on preserving and enhancing the quality of our urban forest patches through educational programming, policy applications, and on-the-ground land management of public forests on park properties. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on the bill because its implementation would have direct impacts on my specific program, as well as several others within recreation and parks. I know I have a limited time frame, so I just want to touch on the importance of protecting the natural areas in our park systems due to all of the extreme urban stressors presented today. One of our greatest threats are non-native invasive plants, which tend to target forest borders and disturbed areas. In Baltimore City, we're actively working to prevent the spread of these problematic plants through our integrated vegetation management program to protect our native ecosystems and wildlife habitats. We use various control measures to protect our forests with an array of tools, including highly regulated use of chemicals for low volume selective herbicide applications to invasive plants. A ban on glyphosate will restrict our ability to treat certain species in a cost-effective and timely manner, which could lead to further spread and infestation across our park system. I would propose that glyphosate be considered for continued use as it relates to the treatment and suppression of non-native invasive plants specifically. Our department would also like to retain permission to use glyphosate products for athletic turf field renovation preparations, because beyond just the aesthetics of ball field management, turf stand vigor directly correlates to player impact and traction injury outcomes. And a ban on glyphosate would severely inhibit our future goals for turf renovation in Baltimore City, reducing the number of fields we're able to restore and enhance on an annual basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe that's everyone who wishes to testify in favor of the bill, and we have a number of hands up, so let me see who's first. Okay, so excuse me for a moment. Okay, the first question goes to Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. My question is really just for clarification. First, and I guess it's for Delegate Ruth. This glyphosate, I guess, is found in Roundup, as was stated. Are there any other products that we know of that are readily available to us that's that where it's found? And then the second question, you talked about your amendment, and if I remember correctly, you said that your amendment was so that state and local governments did not use this. Does that mean that it would still be available to consumers, such as in Home Depot?
Yes, to the second, thank you for the question. And to the second part of your question, yes, it would still be available to consumers. And, certainly that's something we can look at for the future, but, we wanted to just take this first step to start reducing it. And to your first question, yes, there are many formulations that contain glyphosate. Roundup is the most well-known.
All right. And didn't Roundup had well, you know what, I guess that's not related to this. So I'll talk to you offline about the other. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next question, I missed the beginning of this bill hearing because I was testifying on a couple of bills and appropriations. With your amendment, Delegate Ruth, are you going to permit farmers to use glyphosate?
Yes. Yes, this amendment would only restrict state and local government from using it on state and local property.
Okay. Next question goes to Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Steve Lafferty, it is so good to see you. We really miss you in this committee. It's good to have you back. My question actually is for you. And so I guess the fiscal note indicates there could be a pretty significant impact for local government, county and municipal government. Can you talk a little bit more about your experience in Baltimore County? And then the second part of that is what, if you could talk a little bit about whatever alternative you're using and how effective that is.
Certainly. Thank you, Delegate Lehman. Very good to see you as well, and I appreciate the questions. I'll say generally the fiscal note, I found some of it astounding, and even the range of variation between local governments and their asserted additional cost probably suggests that it's not as daunting as many may suggest. In Baltimore County, we switched from glyphosate starting last fall, and it was used primarily by our property management people who maintain the grounds of all county properties, as well as our highways people who would use it on roadsides and sidewalks and places of travel. When the analysis was done by the folks in property management, they found out that the concentrated product is more expensive. But when you dilute it, it came to about 7 cents a gallon difference in the total amount of cost that the county would be incurring. They went to their vendor and found an alternative called Cheetah Pro, which has been applied throughout the property management properties, as well as along the highways. The thing that I found striking was how the division chief, after consulting with his staff in a couple of different shops, they said they found it to be just as effective. And they also recognize that there's enough studies about the possible carcinogenic impacts of glyphosate that they then were concerned about the safety and welfare of their own workers. It will acknowledge that even with something that is not glyphosate, glyphosate will get to the roots right away and kill the herbs or the weeds. Others are more topical, and so it takes a little bit more application. But again, with the cost differential of being so relatively small per gallon, the county is very pleased was very pleased during the last year, and obviously not during the winter, with this effectiveness.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Chairman. And I have to echo my colleague's sentiments. It is so good to see you, Steve Lafferty. I got a couple of questions and I'm going to work backwards. Well, let me start off by saying, if Ashley Bowers can clarify your comments, I don't know if you were taken out of order, and I didn't understand from your testimony if you are saying from Wrexham Park standpoint that you need to use this, or you were saying you don't. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
All is well, excuse me. Yes, currently we do use glyphosate, and so we are asking for an amendment to the bill to permit the use of the product for integrated vegetation management applications related to conservation practices, as well as turf restoration for our ball fields in Baltimore City.
Okay, now that I have that clarified, I can ask this.
Delegate Boyce, do you mind if I interrupt you for just a second and follow up?
Yes, sir.
Question? So, Ms. Bowers, what application of glyphosate would be restricted in the city of Baltimore if we accepted your amendment? Because your amendment sounds like it's just excluding the city of Baltimore altogether.
So we actually, a similar bill has come through within Baltimore City to ban the use of glyphosate, and that has actually passed, but with an amendment to permit our use of it in forest management, specifically under my program, because we have a very strictly regulated application within integrated vegetation management. So for me, I'm required to inform the health commissioner anytime that we are going to be applying it for our forest management practices.
Okay, I mean, look, I'll tell you what, why don't you get back to me and tell me what would be prohibited in writing, because it sounds to me like you're just letting the city out altogether. That's sounds.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just for clarification, the chemical has been used previously for other maintenance purposes, like, weeds growing through sidewalks and around, the base of tree pits in parks and along public streets. And so that is something that has now been reduced as a result of the city ban on glyphosate. So there are much more stringent restrictions and agreements in place to, not utilize glyphosate on school grounds, I believe, and on playgrounds. So there is a large reduction, though I will say, ultimately, I mean, the use of glyphosate in Baltimore City is small, I would say, comparatively to other jurisdictions.
Well, I'll give it back to Delegate Boyce. Pardon me for interrupting you.
No, sir. Thank you for those clarifying questions. So I guess to follow up with that, I wanted to ask about, I guess this Delegate Ruth or Delegate Lafferty can answer this, but how does this work as it relates to city, county, or state properties that are owned and used for agriculture?
Thank you for that question. That's a very good question. And we actually did discuss that. And the amendment does not include those properties that are leased for agriculture. It only includes direct state and local properties that are directly managed by the state and local government.
So farmers who lease property from the city, county, or state would be excluded?
Correct.
Okay, so then my final question is I hear, our Delegate Lafferty is always on the cutting edge. So he did in Baltimore County kind of on his own. So I guess the question is without this bill altogether, would each jurisdiction be able to prohibit this, the use of glyphosate on their own?
If that question's for me, Delegate, then yes. And Howard County has banned it. Montgomery County has banned it. We did it administratively without legislation in Baltimore County.
Okay.
And could I add to that?
Yes.
So even if the jurisdictions can ban it on their own, things don't stop at the county line. Water crosses the county line. And so anything getting into the water system is going to cross the county line. People cross the county line. When my son was young, I would sometimes take him to play in parks in Howard County or Anne Arundel County. And, if it's prohibited in Baltimore County, but other counties using it, and I take my son to a park there and he's exposed to drift, that there's a potential exposure there. Wildlife crosses lines, the endangered species impact everybody, and, workers cross lines. So even if individuals, counties prohibit it, there's still an impact on the counties that have prohibited it from the counties that haven't.
Thank you. That's a great explanation. I just worry that if that's the intent, but I can still, as Regina T. Boyce, consumer of a major hardware store, I can literally go in and purchase it. It's just a little hard. So is the intent of the bill to ban the product in community spaces where people would otherwise be together and don't have the control or knowledge of what harmful chemicals they could be exposed to?
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And thank you for the question. And that's certainly part of the intent. But part of the intent is just to reduce the overall amount of it that's exposed to the environment. Look, if we could pass today a ban on the entire state, I would do it because I'm very concerned about the consequences of this. But there are huge consequences to agriculture, to businesses, and these are things that I think we need to take a little longer to look at. And so I think this is a good first step that, first of all, reduces the total amount that's being used, reduces the potential for exposure, reduces the impact on the environment, and yes, reduces the impact on spaces like parks and playgrounds where people congregate. It's just a first step while we take a bigger look at it.
Thanks, Delegate. And Delegate Lafferty, I missed what you were saying because I think I was taking notes and trying to read on my bigger screen at the same time. But were you saying that you had it and you started to not use it directly but dilute it, or you were saying you used another substance like it?
The product that is the product that we are now using is more expensive. It's more expensive than the glyphosate, but it is a product you buy in a concentrate that you then dilute. And in the dilution, you end up really a de minimis additional cost. If I may also, one sector of our the way we utilize chemicals for weed control is in our environmental protection group that also plants forests and maintains a lot of forested area. And sort of in all due respect to Ms. Bowers, they are prepared to move away from the use of glyphosate also, recognizing that yes, they may have to apply it more frequent, another product like glufosinate more frequently, but it is a viable alternative for controlling invasive species and making sure that the trees don't get impaired by weeds and other kind of products. So I think there is a way to migrate away from the use of glyphosate even in an environment where you're trying to maintain the natural environment.
Thank you. And I just want to make one last comment, is that I'd like to at some point see us figure out, and I know most people hate study or study sessions or bills, but really looking at kind of like collectively, what are the good and the bads? Because if every year we come back and then there's something else, that somebody thinks they can use, and then we take it. And then we come back next year and we say, well, actually, no, this is not good either. It'd be really nice to do a, no pun intended, a roundup of of what is the good, what is the bad, what is the ugly, what is the potential, because I just fear that we're putting certain industries and our farmers kind of like in influx all the time. And what I'm not saying that we shouldn't take something off that's dangerous. I think we should just collectively have a holistic look of what are we working with? What do we know that is pretty much dangerous for us, and then start kind of like creating a list together about also the alternatives that are going to work for the folks who need it. So I just want to put that out. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for that, Delegate. And that's actually been a conversation I've had with some people over the last week as I prepared for this bill. And I do think it's something we need to look at, how to take a more comprehensive process approach as opposed to trying to stop each one as we learn it's harmful.
Okay, actually, I was just going to say that that's what the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science is for. So anyway, the next question goes to Delegate Ampry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a quick question in regards to, so as amended, so government entities would not be allowed to use glyphosate. So my question is, would they be able to, if they were to contract their services out to someone else, would that contracted service be able to use it? As once the amended.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. I can get back to you on that.
I guess, Delegate, my interpretation was if the jurisdiction contracts, it's the same as if the jurisdiction itself is applying. You don't have to hire your own applicators,
right,
in order to actually be applying it on public space or in public spaces.
And that's what I assume too, but I just wanted to make sure, I just want to get some clarification just to make sure
that would certainly be my intent, but I just am, I'm not positive that the legislative language, but I think that it would, but that certainly would be the intent.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Next question goes to Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Delegate Lafferty.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Good to see you.
You touched on a couple things. You had a substitute you're using, Cheatham?
Cheetah Pro.
Okay. What's the chemistry on that?
It's a glufosinate ammonium.
Okay. We use that in a product called Liberty in commercial crops, and we found that you have to use it when the weeds are extremely small, and it doesn't do the spectrum of control that the glyphosate would do. And you may have to do it multiple times. So I understand where it'd be a good substitute for you in the recreation area. And also my concern was, I share with some others, is the control of noxious weeds. And one of those controls that we find to be the less respective of the potential for noxious weeds is the local and state governments. And glyphosate is the major ingredient for them to do that. We had patches of Johnson grass that's been a noxious weed for many years. That glyphosate has been a very effective control, and not taking it out of spraying it and this, that, and the other. They could use, they called them whip applicators, where they had a wick applicators, and they did a fine job of controlling Johnson grass. And when you take these tools away, what are we going to do?
Well, I think that becomes part of the challenge, Delegate. I mean, I think you're correct from what I understand, that there often are more applications that are going to be necessary. And I don't have a definitive answer, and I've heard the same argument before, not about Johnson grass specifically, but about other kind of weeds that are more difficult to control unless you actually perhaps pull the weeds in a different, or remove the weeds in a different way. I know it's been raised as an issue of, does this change no-till farming? And I think that's part of the consideration from what I hear Delegate Ruth say, that she's still weighing. And this wouldn't necessarily apply to certainly the agricultural community.
I may weigh in on Delegate Otto's comment also. I think, in terms of the ban on glyphosate widespread across the state, I think it's definitely something to look forward to, but kind of in the same way that we're not ready to apply this to agricultural practices because of the severe economic impacts. It is similar in terms of the impacts that it could have on protection of our forested landscapes, because, while Cheetah Pro may be a viable option, albeit, the need for multiple applications, I think it's just an important perspective to keep in mind that, our intention is to protect this green infrastructure in Baltimore City, and the requirement to send a contractor or crews out, twice as much to actually treat a particular area is very costly. And as a new program in Baltimore City, that creates complications with the particular budget that we have right now. We have 2,400 acres of forested natural areas that we're working to manage, and so far we've really addressed 45 acres with a limited budget. So it's just important to keep in mind how this could counterintuitively impact, us doing our diligence to really protect and enhance our natural areas in the same token with this ban.
Okay, let's go to Delegate Jacobs has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Delegate Lafferty.
Thank you very much, Delegate.
I hope you're having fun over there in Baltimore County.
We are.
Well, my question is on invasive species, specifically Phragmites. There's not too many communities that don't have a significant problem with it. I know when I was mayor, we had a couple of areas that it takes multiple years of pretty stubborn invasive of grass, and it takes many years of treatment to even get that under control. And I'm pretty sure every municipality and county's got it. So are you using the Cheetah Pro or Liberty or any of those products in that? I mean, how would you treat that particular invasive species? Because it's probably one of the tougher ones to control. And I know municipal governments use it all the time.
And I can't speak to whether or not Phragmites were one of the targeted grasses or weeds that were where our property management people were applying it. I really don't know, Delegate.
All right, thank you.
All right. I think that's about it for the proponents of the bill. Thank you very much. We have quite a few people who are signed up in opposition. Let's start with Colby Ferguson, and next on deck will be Kathy Burley.
Thank you, Chairman Barve and members of the committee. Colby Ferguson here on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. And we come in opposition of House Bill 472. As in the original form, as we've seen, it does a full-blown ban of it for agricultural uses, homeowner uses, as well as on state and county roads and profile or properties. And so some of the concerns that I want to focus on in my short amount of time is the discussion I think Delegate Jacobs just kind of started to allude to, is the noxious weed issue. This is a major concern. I know this committee has heard about Palmer amaranth, and we've talked about Johnson grass, and we've talked about a lot of the major weeds, Phragmites, different ones that that really do hamstring farmers' ability to remain profitable and not have to use considerable amount of crop protectants to try to combat weeds throughout the seasons. And so, because our environment is what it is, we have such a volatile. It's either early spring, late spring. Spring starts in February, and then winter comes back in March. It makes it so difficult. And so, when you take a tool that is like glyphosate or Roundup out of the toolbox of a farmer, you just make it so difficult for them to really manage. And then when you look at the alternatives that are 3 and 4 times higher and more expensive, even though you dilute it down, it might get about the same cost. When you have to put it down 3 and 4 times as much, that cost definitely goes up for the economic side of it. And so with that, we would basically respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill, and I can certainly answer any additional questions as they arise.
Before I recognize Kathy Burley, Colby, I missed the first part of the public hearing myself, and I understand that the sponsor wants to amend the bill to only apply to local governments, state and local governments. So do you have a position on that, or do you, or if you don't, I invite you to write us and tell us what your position on that would be.
We would definitely stay, and I think that's kind of where I was trying to allude to is that the noxious weed side of it, with the use of state highway contracts, they use glyphosate products to address the noxious weed problems. I just here on my farm, I live right on Highway 194, and they'll spray along the sides there to hit the Johnson grass in the summertime, and they use glyphosate for that. The alternatives are much more expensive. It's going to cost more to the counties, as we know. But more importantly, if they don't treat, then it just encroaches right onto our farmland, just even quicker.
Okay, well, I'm going to recognize Kathy Burley next. Stick around, Colby, because there'll be more questions from other members of the committee, no doubt. But if it's possible for you to do this, I'd like for you to testify with respect to the bill as it was originally put in, and perhaps if you're able to testify with respect to the amendment offered by the sponsor, I'd like for you to do that as well. So Kathy Burley is next, and after Kathy Burley will be Jen Nelson. Kathy.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Burley, Director of Harford County Parks and Recreation, and I'm testifying today on House Bill 472 on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties Parks and Rec Administrators, also known as MACRA. MACRA opposes House Bill 472. Many of our jurisdictions already have their own local legislation or operational controls that regulate the use of glyphosate at public facilities. We continue to advocate for this local oversight since conditions vary across the state. Products such as Roundup are an important tool, just like Mr. Ferguson stated for farmers, is an important tool in our toolbox to deal with noxious weeds and non-native plants. Our departments need to manage these risks in order to provide safe, functional, and attractive facilities for our communities. We are concerned about the financial burden that will result in mandating the use of these alternative products. We've seen estimates of increasing costs of products alone, not to include the additional manpower, by 25% or more. We'll continue to encourage, MACRA will continue to encourage jurisdictions to utilize best practices in the use and application of products with glyphosate, such as limiting usage when possible, training staff members in proper PPE and application techniques, and following all EPA and local regulations. However, we feel that the 100% ban of this product is unnecessary legislation that would place undue burden on many agencies. We ask the committee to return an unfavorable report and leave this decision up to the local jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Jen Nelson, and after Jen Nelson will be Susan Simons. Jen, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jennifer Nelson, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Maryland Association of Soil Conservation Districts. MASCD opposes House Bill 472 because glyphosate is an important tool for conservation. In no-till farming, for example, it allows landowners to control weeds and terminate cover crops with minimum disturbance to the soil from tillage. Reducing tillage also reduces soil erosion and is critical for reaching the state's Chesapeake Bay watershed implementation goals. Delegate Boyce asked a great question. What are we working with? We want to know that what we're using is safe and effective. There are many studies that do not find an impact of glyphosate to human health. And as the state moves forward with its soil health program, I'd like to note a study from the USDA's Agricultural Research Center in Beltsville, Maryland, that found that use of glyphosate did not significantly impact soil microbial communities, meaning that the use of glyphosate has supported an increasing adoption of no-till practices without impacting soil biology. Glyphosate is also important to prevent herbicide-resistant weeds, which are a serious economic threat to agriculture. One key to maintaining the effectiveness of herbicides to manage weeds is to use a variety of active ingredients. While alternatives exist, glyphosate is a safe, effective, and relatively affordable tool in that toolbox. In conclusion, MASCD encourages an unfavorable report for HB 472 because it needlessly limits an important option that can be used to improve soil health, meet WIP 3 goals, and prevent herbicide-resistant weeds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is Susan Simons available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're next.
My name's Sue Simmons. I actually I serve as the director of Caroline County Recreation and Parks, and I am also here on behalf of MACPRA, the Maryland Association of Recreation and Parks Administrators through MACO. Also opposing the bill, non-selective herbicides like glyphosate products are used selectively throughout parks management service and local governments. And I want to emphasize use selectively. I think Kathy Burley said it well. I also want to shout out to Ashley Bowers, what she has outlined in terms of forestry, conservation, management, and the specific issues is precisely what our membership network was concerned about. The additional cost, I recognize the larger interest, like let's start small, let's walk the talk, let's make local governments accountable, but it also hamstrings our ability to also serve the public and meet the expectations that they have, as well as our conservation management practices to use these products, again, selectively, following MOSHA and OSHA requirements, following USDA application requirements, minimizing the exposure to the public. That is something that we are very conscious of locally. So we would urge an unfavorable report at this time, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, David, and then James McKittrick. Eric, are you available? Okay, we'll go to James McKittrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of this esteemed committee. For the record, James McKittrick, Legislative Director for the Department of Natural Resources, here in opposition to House Bill 472. With me from DNR to also testify in opposition is Christy Bright, who's our Western Region Manager for the Maryland Park Service, and Jonathan McKnight, who's our Associate Director of DNR's Wildlife Heritage Services and the leader of our invasive matrix team at DNR. The Maryland Department of Natural Resources is tasked with managing close to 500,000 acres within the state. It goes without saying that caring for this land and meeting our mission and protecting Maryland's natural resources and providing healthy recreation is vegetation management is an essential task. Invasive plants have had a constant detrimental impact on parks, forests, natural habitats, and native species. And it's an ongoing maintenance battle between our boots on the ground staff and vegetation that poses a threat because it's so aggressive. So members of the committee, if you take anything away from my testimony this afternoon, I'd ask that it be this: removing glyphosate from Maryland Park Service, Maryland Forest Service, and DNR's other land stewards as a tool for managing harmful vegetation. We'll be putting Maryland's lands and the Chesapeake Bay in real peril. So as you've already heard, most comparable chemical alternatives to glyphosate cost 4 to 5 times more, requires greater amount of chemical to be applied, and require greater man hours for to possibly even weed by hand. You'll see the figures in the fiscal note are modest estimates, do not include any sort of quantification of the negative environmental impacts associated with the alternatives to glyphosate. Unlike glyphosate, alternative herbicides contain breakdown products that are more long-lived and dangerous to our environment. This is particularly important for our coastal restoration teams.
James, if you could wrap up, that would be great.
Absolutely. Removing harmful plant species like Phragmites is going to be a real challenge to do so safely if glyphosate's not available. You have a written testimony, and happy to take questions as a panel after Mr. Bright and Mr. McKnight testify.
Okay, well, next is Alex Butler. After Alex Butler will be Christy Bright, Jonathan McKnight, Riley Titus, and then finally Lindsay Thompson. So Alex Butler.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alex Butler with the Maryland Association of Counties, here in opposition to House Bill 472. The bill prohibits use of glyphosate, commonly found in Roundup by state and local governments. Glyphosate is most commonly used herbicide in the country, and out of an abundance of caution, your local departments use best practices, using it sparingly and exploring alternatives when reasonable. County agencies deploy these alternatives where practicable, but maintain the appropriate use of glyphosate is necessary to effectively manage weeds, particularly invasive species in public facilities. Many counties have policies and procedures or even bans in place that limit the use around high pedestrian or traffic areas, as with many pesticides. There are clearly many differing opinions on this, on use. We believe those decisions can be and are being made at the local level right now. With that, MACO asks for an unfavorable report on House Bill 472.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Next, Christy Bright.
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Bright with the Maryland Park Service Regional Manager for the
Christy,
Maryland.
we can hardly hear you.
Controlling invasive plant species is a critical part of our mission in managing Maryland's natural landscapes and protecting the wildlife habitat, including globally rare plant and animal species across Maryland's 75 state parks. Maryland's Park Service certified employees safely use glyphosate products such as Roundup as one of the more important management tools to achieve the goal, along with mechanical removal and weeding. If the use of glyphosate is prohibited, limiting the use of several hundred chemicals, we would be required to use other potentially highly volatile chemicals at a much greater risk to our employees. The agency will be forced to replace glyphosate with several different, more costly chemicals that require more staff training, several repeat applications, and closing treated areas until chemicals become stable, all of which reduce the ability of the agency to protect our natural areas. Some of the problem areas we specifically would find is some of the treatments used to treat the trees affected by hemlock woolly adelgid and emerald ash borer, as well as areas overrun by Phragmites. Therefore, the prohibition of glyphosate on state lands is problematic to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that Eric David is available. Eric, would you unmute yourself and please give us your 2 minutes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the Mid-Atlantic Association of Golf Course Superintendents, as well as some of the other green industry partners, sports turf, lawn care operators, and we represent over 100 golf facilities in Maryland. We have 450 members, and we use glyphosate on our properties. They're used by trained personnel that have Maryland Department of Agriculture licenses and annual pesticide reviews. Glyphosate's an essential tool that we use in the golf course for a variety of weed management. It helps to control invasive species, and the alternatives, as were mentioned before, are mediocre at best in controlling weeds that have been established, as well as invasive species, and the financial burden is quite substantial when the amount of applications have to be increased. Our association has part of the best management practices documents that we always use, that our members follow, rotating active ingredients of different chemicals in order to make sure that we don't create issues with resistance on weeds or any other pests that we're targeting. And as a part of the amendments going forward, I understand it doesn't affect private areas. It really affects, state and local lands, but we have several golf courses that are on county properties, municipal properties in the state of Maryland. And so we would want to make sure, that's the reason we're voting no on House Bill 472. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Jonathan McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jonathan McKnight. I'm a biologist for the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, where I work with the Wildlife and Heritage Service. I've been an environmental scientist in Maryland in this field for 34 years. In my role, I'm responsible for your threatened and endangered species, non-game wildlife, and unique natural areas across the state. I'm here to say that glyphosate is a critical tool for the work that we do in the restoration of natural areas and ridding our most important landscapes of invasive plant species. The alternatives to glyphosate are more expensive, they're more toxic, and they're more persistent in the environment. We're not quick to reach for chemicals, but when we do, we reach for the one that has the greatest efficacy and the least negative impact. That's glyphosate for the work that we do in natural areas restoration. In that, we're joined by national organizations like the Nature Conservancy, like Audubon, who recognize that carefully balanced the use of these chemicals is a critical part of maintaining natural landscapes. So we would respectfully ask for a negative review of 472 and ask that the legislature not tie our hands in the important work that we do to protect the 19,000 species of plants and animals we have in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Riley Titus, and batting cleanup, Lindsay Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Riley Titus here with Crop Life America, here respectfully opposing the bill. We are a highly regulated industry. We support sound science and regulatory processes at the federal and state level that are necessary in bringing safe, effective, and critically important pesticide products to market. There is a dual layer of review and oversight by US EPA, in Maryland's case, the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Glyphosate is one of, if not the most widely studied herbicides developed. It has more than 40 years on the market and over 800 safety studies submitted to regulators in over 160 countries. No regulatory agency in the world has concluded that glyphosate is a carcinogen, including European regulatory bodies. The EPA reaffirmed these findings in 2020 through its registration review, like it has done under every other administration since it has been approved and re-registered for use over its lifetime. Glyphosate-based herbicides are used to control invasive and unwanted vegetation. We've heard from several others about the various uses in things like forestry, natural resources management, road and highway maintenance, rights of ways, energy corridors, invasives, and aquatic vegetation control, parks and recreation. Maryland's farm operations total 2 million acres. We just heard from DNR about the 500,000 acres that they manage and the challenges this would pose. I would argue that losing this tool would make vegetation management, invasives control, and weed resistance management nearly impossible for farmers and state land managers, generating significant fiscal costs, revenue losses, and diminishing crop yields, not to mention impacting some of the climate practices and conservation practices that farmers are currently using with this technology. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. And finally, Lindsay Thompson. Lindsay, welcome back to the committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, and I am here today in opposition to House Bill 472 on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association. As the chair requested, we would be in opposition to this bill both in its current form and with the sponsor proposed amendments. I respect Delegate Ruth's position and her statement about how science works, and it's extremely difficult to have a meaningful discussion virtually and in 2 minutes about the science behind this issue, but I will focus on two things. First, in our written testimony, you will see a 2018 study published by the National Institute on Cancer Research. They followed 50,000 pesticide applicators over a period of 20 years and found no causal association between glyphosate and cancer. I'd also like to clarify something about the IARC review that was mentioned. They categorized glyphosate as a category 2A probable carcinogen based on an, I quote, from their report, limited evidence in human exposure. For some perspective, also on that list are red meat and the profession of being a barber. I'd like to draw your attention to the coalition letter that was submitted along with my testimony, which includes over 15 other organizations representing many more members, including things like the utilities, the Mid-Atlantic Invasive Plant Council, the Maryland Green Industries, among others. And I'd like to close with, to Delegate Boyce's point, we do feel like at the state legislative level, we are kind of on a hamster wheel here. And when Governor Cuomo from New York vetoed pesticide ban legislation in 2020, he said legislatively banning pesticides substitutes the legislature's judgment for the expertise of the chemists, health experts, and other subject matter experts. And so we feel as if we start limiting it in one area, then agriculture is going to be next. And I would respectfully ask for your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually think Jay Jacobs had his hand up first and then took it down. And then, so I'm going to take Jay first, and then I will take Delegate Ruth.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I wasn't sure if it was up from the last one, or I wanted to ask a question, but I wasn't sure. That's why I took it down. But
go ahead.
Anyhow, I want to ask the DNR people. I asked former Delegate Lafferty about this treating Phragmites, and I know that Parkland and I'm pretty sure pretty sizable amount of area that you control has Phragmites. So if you're using this alternative, give me some kind of idea of the treatment difference. I guess the amount of times and ultimately the cost and or what the effects of the environment may be on multiple, if it indeed takes multiple applications.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, Delegate. We talked about how it's definitely 4 to 5 times more expensive. I think Mac or Christy might be able to talk a little bit more about the extra hoops that we have to jump through with the alternative, and obviously more environmentally dangerous chemicals. So, Christy or Mac.
Delegate Jacobs, you're correct that Phragmites is one of the most important weeds for incursion into Chesapeake Bay wetlands. We currently treat it aerially with glyphosate. That is not my particular program. I have worked with that weed with glyphosate before. As you said, it is tough. What we do is we hit it with the chemical, then we burn it, then we hit it with the chemical again, we burn it again. Sometimes we'll even have to go to some other mechanical effort beyond that. One of the advantages of glyphosate is there are treatments of glyphosate that are applicable for work in wetlands, which is where Phragmites grows. So it's one of the few things we can use in a wetland area that's in accordance with the label. So it is by far our go-to for that species and for many others.
And I appreciate that answer. But I was trying to drill down on if you had to switch over to, say, Cheetah Pro or something, the difference of that application, what it would mean in just Phragmites by itself.
Well, sir, as you know, the department is mandated to have a Phragmites control program. And while I do not run that program personally, the math is that we would continue to treat that Phragmites with other materials. We would simply do it at 1/4 or 1/5 the rate of controls per acre per year that the department accomplishes, with concomitant greater toxicity effects in the environment from using other material.
You good?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Okay, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My question is for Lindsay Thompson. And I appreciate what you said about the science, and it's virtually have the kind of conversation we need to have in these 2-minute sound bites. And I certainly would be glad to talk with you, going forward when we can have some longer conversations. But my question was, you mentioned the agricultural health study, which is, sort of a meta study that's done research on a number of different areas. And you mentioned their research into cancer, but I just wanted to ask if you are aware that they also did research into rheumatoid arthritis, and they did find a link between, at least statistically, a link between rheumatoid arthritis and glyphosate.
In my review of that 2018 study, which I'm provided in our written testimony, I focused on the link between cancer and glyphosate because that is kind of the hot topic right now, right? But I am aware that there were some potential correlations drawn between glyphosate and rheumatoid arthritis, but I admittedly have not drawn down into the source data specific to that condition, but I'd be happy to get back to you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you. I don't know who this should be directed to, but I'm just curious. I realize a lot of the opponents, if not all of them, came in with their testimony in reaction to the bill as it was proposed rather than the amendment limiting it to government property. But I would like to understand, other than, sort of a slippery slope argument against that, what other reason would any of these opponents have for opposing the amended version bill? I think only Ms. Thompson spoke to that directly. Is that okay to ask one or two opponents to address that?
Yeah, let's see who wants to take a crack at that.
I think Colby. Colby had started to mention it. I'm not sure if he's back in the meeting yet. He had another bill hearing.
I think I saw
one
him.
One of our primary concerns from an agricultural perspective is increased weed pressure. And so some of the weeds that we are particularly worried about in agriculture would be things like Johnson grass and Palmer amaranth and other noxious weeds that are often found in right-of-ways as well as other publicly managed properties. And if those weeds are not being managed as effectively as they are with glyphosate on those public properties, then you heard, the wind doesn't stop at the county line or the property line. Those weeds and that weed pressure would be increased on agricultural property, potentially causing increased need for treatment in agriculture specifically.
I'll just add a little bit real quickly too. I kind of talked about it earlier. I guess one of the concerns that we always look at when you look at a targeted herbicide like glyphosate that has a very efficient use and is targeted for its very specific. A lot of times you have to, if you lose that or you don't use that, then you go to other chemistries. And what we have found in many cases is it's either very costly to do that, or it is not as effective and efficient, and in some cases can be even more harmful to the environment than glyphosate. In a lot of cases, it's that way, unfortunately. And so that's why farmers use glyphosate more readily, because of it's a more benign use of a chemical. And so, that's one thing I would worry about if we started to look at state highway and county roads and things like that to start using other chemistries, is will they be as effective? And then more importantly, what harm could an alternative do? Because I even looked up the Cheetah Pro, and honestly, it doesn't have anything as far as carcinogens, but there's a lot of studies that are a lot of reports that say, because it hasn't been tested yet enough. So you're looking at a glyphosate that's been out for 40 years and has 800 studies on it. So you're talking about a chemistry that's very old compared to other ones. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. And I would just say, Mr. Chairman, really quickly, that I think it could always be the case that a county or a local government could be not applying the glyphosate as regularly or effectively anyway in any given right of way. And on farmland, not every single farmer is using this product. So you could be a farm beside, and you could be using it, heavily, but the property that abuts yours might not be anyway. So you're describing it seems to me the answer is describing a scenario that probably already exists.
Well, let's take your statement and turn it into a question. Colby, I mean, how broadly used is glyphosate?
In agriculture, extremely heavily used. And the reason why is a lot of our corn and soybeans are genetically modified to be resistant to glyphosate. So we get to take a lot of other chemistries off the table that are much more harmful, and you don't have to have the cocktail of crop protectants when you can just use a single shot of glyphosate. And the good thing about it is it happens at a post-emergence, so you don't have to have the bare soil. You don't have to cause any chances of runoff and those kinds of things. You're able to use it in a no-till practice, and that's the biggest thing that it has helped is it pretty much allows no-till farming to be used very, very easily on the ag
Colby,
side.
does glyphosate how long does it take for it to break down?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know if Riley has that or
James?
Yeah, it's my understanding, talking with the state geologist, 24 hours is Mac or Christy. I think you guys have that same number.
Okay.
It would really depend on the specific environmental conditions, the soil conditions, but the statement that glyphosate very quickly biodegrades when exposed to the environment would be an accurate statement. And I can get you the specific information on the biodegradability and the half-life of the product if you're interested.
Mary, Delegate Lehman, are you okay, or shall I go on to Delegate Stewart? You're okay. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for coming, for joining us this afternoon. I was a little bit confused by a statement that Ms. Thompson made at the end of her testimony regarding New York's experience with Governor Cuomo. I remember what he was talking about. I vaguely recalled that press release. It was actually about chlorpyrifos, but he was saying, and Ms. Thompson accurately quoted him, that basically the legislative decree should not substitute for scientific expertise, et cetera. But he was saying that in the context of he directed their kind of equivalent of the New York department, their equivalent of MDE, to ban the pesticide rather than going through the legislature, because he thought that the regulatory process was more effective at sort of balancing scientific concerns. So I guess my question for Ms. Thompson is, that sounds like we may have a little bit of an opening for a compromise here. Would you be open, as New York did, to ban this pesticide through the regulatory process? And assuming Delegate Ruth would be amenable to another amendment, would the grain producers be open to allowing a state agency to sort of gradually ban the use of this product, or not?
So the short answer is no. And the long answer is that we're talking about two completely different products and chemistries and uses, and the scope and scale of use when you're talking about chlorpyrifos versus glyphosate. I will also say that the agricultural community attempted to strike a compromise on chlorpyrifos last year, agreeing to a regulatory phase out of that product. But that has not stopped the proponents of that bill from advocating for a legislative ban. So I don't have a lot of confidence in our ability to really strike that compromise. And the last thing that I'll say is that, farmers in agriculture, we don't want to use products if we don't have to. And we don't want to use products that are potentially harmful to either ourselves or our families. And Delegate Stewart, I actually remember fondly from the chlorpyrifos hearing when I was sitting at the table 8 months pregnant, and you asked me if I would expose myself as a pregnant woman or my young child to chlorpyrifos, and I honestly answered your question, I will say to this that our confidence in the safety of glyphosate is such that I would much prefer myself, my husband, who is a certified applicator, my family and my grandparents to use glyphosate. And, I am not confident in its safety, and therefore would not be willing to kind of go down that path of a state level regulatory ban.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was hopeful when you mentioned Governor Cuomo, my eyes got starry-eyed for a second, that maybe we had an opportunity for a compromise, that maybe you were sort of actually endorsing his approach there. I know it's a different pesticide, but endorsing his approach, but alas,
Okay.
But I appreciate the response.
Okay, Delegate Otto. Charles,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're right on target with what about the Roundup. It breaks down into 10 to 12 hours. Typically, our recommendation for it is not to do any tillage or planting through it, so that it does have a good chance for the weeds to absorb the material for typically a week. Lindsay, Colby, how many acres of cover crop are treated with glyphosate for a burn down? What impact would the ban on this have on the 600,000 acres of cover crop we have?
So on average, the state of Maryland, through just our cost share program, plant about 460,000 acres of cover crops on a year-over-year basis. That's just what is cost shared. It is fluctuating. Glyphosate is used in many of those circumstances. Not all of them. There are alternatives. We've talked about the need for using a variety of different products to prevent resistance. But in short, it would be about 500,000 acres of cover crops that could potentially be in jeopardy.
And the alternative would be to till it and break the carbon sequestration we're doing with the glyphosate.
That was a question.
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking at Jen. She might be a good one to answer that.
Thanks, Lindsay. Yes, I mean, without the use of glyphosate, the same that we've been talking about with other scenarios, there are other products, there's tillage, which isn't desirable, and roller crimping, which is kind of a new process, but it's very limited in use and requires a really high level of management. So we'll keep that kind of on a lower scale. Maybe it'll grow over time, but right now glyphosate is a really important tool for managing cover crops successfully.
Thank you. I won't prolong things, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And neither will I, because it appears there are no further questions, and that will conclude the public hearing on House Bill, what is it? It's House Bill 472. We'll proceed to House Bill 225, Sunday hunting. Delegate Ahrens.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in front of your committee today. Hope everybody can hear me well. For the record, Delegate Steve Ahrens, District 36. Today I have a local bill I'd like to just go over with you real quick here. It's got the support of the Queen Anne's County Commissioners and the delegation. The purpose of the bill is to authorize the Department of Natural Resources to allow persons in Queen Anne's County to hunt any game bird or game mammal on Sunday during the open season for that game bird or mammal, making certain conformity changes and generally relating Sunday hunting in Queen Anne's County. We're really looking to do something other counties like Allegheny, Cecil, Garrett, and St. Mary's and Washington County have done. And again, I stress that this is a local bill. And if you've been to my beautiful county, you'll know that approximately 83% of our county will never be developed. So we are a haven for wildlife, and it's a great area to be in. On that note, I will ask for a favorable report, handle any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, why don't we hear from James Moran, and then if there are questions for you or he, we'll entertain them. So, Mr. Moran.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Jim Moran. I'm the at-large county commissioner for Queen Anne's County, and the one that brought this Sunday hunting up in our commissioners' meetings. And Delegate Orange is correct. It was a 5-0 vote in support. We have a lot of farms in Queen Anne's County, and it goes without saying, and we are number 2 in the state in preserving those farms. And the farming community gets behind Sunday hunting for to manage the deer. This Sunday hunting only covers upland game. It does not cover any migratory birds whatsoever. So that, that's not part of it. It's deer, turkey mostly. And it just, when somebody works deer season, gun season, there's 3 Saturdays. So if you get one to rain and one to work, you're only going to get 1 day to hunt. So, we were approached by a couple of different outfitters and a couple of different stores asking us, is there any way they can have Sunday hunting like some of the other counties in the state of Maryland? And when we brought it up in our hearing, we had the biggest concern was for the migratory birds. And when the public found out migratory birds was not part of this, we basically had no opposition to it. So we are asking for a favorable vote from this committee.
Thank you very much. First question goes to Delegate Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about public lands and hunting in Queen Anne's on public lands. What does the county do there?
Great question. I forgot to say that. This only covers private property. Private property, private farms only, no public lands, no state or federal lands.
Thank you.
Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, I have a question about the fiscal note. I was reading through the fiscal note, and it said it could have a meaningful economic impact on certain types of businesses. And then it goes on to talk about hunters spend more than $260 million annually. But what it doesn't talk about is that the horse industry spends over $1 billion annually. So do you know the economic impact that adding this Sunday hunting would have? Clearly a reduction in impact because a majority of equestrians say they will change their activities. So do you have any analysis on the detrimental economic impact this would have?
Well, I don't have that. I don't know that number, but I think the intent of the bill is to keep it on just private lands and farms. It's not meant to go out on where typically people are riding horses. Commissioner Moran, do you have any more information on that?
Well, that is correct. And we had nobody from the horse industry come out in opposition to this in Queen Anne's County. Again, this is on private property and not near anything that we are hoping that would cause that problem because they're already hunting in these other locations Monday through Saturday. So I don't know of any of that. So I can't answer to that one.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, there have been a lot of pieces of testimony filed by the Horse Council and by equestrians in Queen Anne's County. So Delegate, I don't know if you got those. They were sent to the committee. So we certainly should be able to pass that on. Isn't that so?
Well, actually, you know what? I don't know that I've had a couple comments about it. I don't know that I've had a lot, but I'd be happy to take a look at that. Appreciate you bringing it to us.
Certainly.
There is a person signed up in opposition from the Horse Council, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But until then, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I love when Delegate Love asks questions, and then I'm just like, I was going to ask the same thing, but let me take it a step further. So I do respect that this is certainly on private lands, and I personally don't have a problem with what somebody does on their private lands. I do want to ask the question about potential risk that goes beyond boundaries. And so I'm not a hunter. I've never even shot a gun. Don't like them. But so for hunting, what are the risks of crossing boundaries? What are the risks on private property to adjoining properties of someone potentially getting hurt or, so I don't know these nuances. So if someone can explain them to me, I would love to hear it.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm not a hunter either, but I would assume the risks are the same as they would be for the Monday through Saturday hunting. I'm sure we have laws and everything in effect for that, but again, I'm not a hunter. It's not something I enjoy.
Commissioner?
Well, I would just echo what Delegate Arndt has said. You know, it's no different than the risk that hunters and non-hunters take Monday through Saturday now in Queen Anne's County. And all I can say is, you know, Queen Anne's County has got a lot of acreage, a lot of farms, and those farms on average are 200 to 300 acres. And you know, the pressure. I honestly can't tell you the last time someone was hurt in Queen Anne's County in a hunting incident. So,
well, that's the next question. Actually, I was going to ask Commissioner or Delegate Arndt if you can answer beyond Queens Anne County or anywhere with regards to hunting. And actually, I should have my list up. Delegate Mounts last year was nice enough to give me a full-fledged schedule, color coordinated, about what hunting season happens when and where, and on what days, dates, and times. But I'm wondering about total incidences in general, hunting, whether it's in Queen Anne's or in Talbot's or wherever.
I honestly don't have that information.
Yeah.
Is that something that you manage or you keep record of?
My guess.
We'll ask the DNR if they have any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further questions for the sponsor or his witness? Seeing none, we'll go to, in opposition, Jackie Cowan with the Maryland Horse Council. Jackie? Jackie? Is anybody from the Horse Council out there? Okay, they galloped off.
She is in the meeting.
Oh.
She is in the.
Okay, well.
Looks like she's trying to.
Yes, good afternoon.
Ah, there you go. Great, Jackie, welcome. Please begin.
Good afternoon. I am Jackie Cowan, representing the Maryland Horse Council. I am a trail rider and I teach trail safety. A majority of Marylanders oppose Sunday hunting. Oh, excuse me. Okay. And I can answer some of the questions that you had earlier.
You want to conclude your testimony right now? Jackie?
Majority of Maryland, excuse me, I seem to be getting a lot of feedback.
Really? You seem loud and clear to me, at least. Set the timer to 2 minutes and see if you can just muscle through it. Because you.
Okay, let's see if we can.
Have the YouTube on, because that's generally the problem.
Yeah, do you have YouTube testimony on?
Okay.
Yeah, you're listening to the YouTube. That was my voice and delayed. Turn that off, please.
Yes, I think so. I'll see if I can figure out how to turn it off.
Well, see if you can turn the volume of your speaker down to 0. That might help.
All right. I think I got it.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience.
Go ahead. You haven't turned YouTube off or the speaker down? Anybody have any suggestions on what we should do at this point?
Majority of Marylanders oppose Sunday hunting. An independent Gonzales statewide poll in 2000. I am new to all of this, so.
You could close the YouTube window. Out of it.
Listen, why don't we just, we can't stop the committee for this long. So why don't we go to questions? Delegate Love has a question.
You know, Mr. Chair, given the challenges that she's had, I think it'll just be frustrating. So they've got written testimony. That might answer my question.
Okay. All right. Well, regretfully, I'm going to have to conclude the public hearing on House Bill 225, and we will proceed to House Bill 427, Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right?
Yep. Go.
Okay. Today, I'm here to present House Bill 427, Federal Clean Water Act, Authority of the State. It's here for the purpose of prohibiting the state from entering into an agreement that waives the state's authority under Section 401 of the Federal Clean Water Act as part of exercising the state's authority and carrying out the state's duties under the Federal Clean Water Act and state law, including the state's authority and duties related to federal relicensing of the Conowingo Dam. In October 2019, the state of Maryland and Exelon reached a tentative agreement that is now before FERC for the relicensing and approval that would waive the state's authority to the Federal Clean Water Act for the next 50 years. This emergency bill would prohibit the state from entering into an agreement that waives the state's authority under 401 of the Federal Clean Water Act. But Maryland has now, in a proposed settlement with Exelon, inexplicably conceded on critical clean water requirements, funding, and legal assurances. The state's local, state, and federal representatives, conservation organizations, and affected communities upstream and downstream strenuously objected and voiced their concerns during the public comment period. This seriously flawed deal falls short of protecting Maryland's waterways or providing Pennsylvania with pollution reduction help that it needs. Probably the greatest concern for clean water legal expert is that part of the settlement, Maryland would waive its right under the Federal Clean Water Act to require enforceable water quality certification for the dam, forfeiting its power to ensure compliance with water quality standards. Such a certification is normally issued before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission would approve a new multi-decade license. This settlement also provides grossly inefficient funds to deal with the risk that the dam's operations pose to the Susquehanna River and the Chesapeake Bay, primarily from moderate and large storms that cause the structure to allow nutrients, debris, and millions of tons of sediment to trap behind and flow into the Chesapeake. In the 2000 agreement, MD waived its authority to issue water quality certification under this Clean Water Act Section 401. Exelon will make a total investment of $200 million, including nearly $107 million in cash payments to support the environmental initiatives. This settlement provides roughly $4 million a year, while the new Conowingo WIP plan proposed this past fall demands roughly $53 million a year to produce the means of reaching the Chesapeake Clean Water Blueprint goals. The allocations of funds, the Exelon agreement puts down $400,000 annual for agricultural solutions to runoff, to reduce runoff, less than 0.5% of what's necessary. The total funds of this agreement dealing with the trap settlement is only about $500,000. If this agreement goes through, Maryland's hard-earned progress in improving the Bay's health could be erased, and Marylanders will be forced to pick up the tab for the Bay cleanup that will inevitably be needed if Exelon is left unchecked. This agreement lets Exelon off the regulatory hook when the company should be fronting significantly more funds to counter the dam's detriments. The Susquehanna River is a public resource and Exelon profits substantially from it. This public resource should not be sold off to a private company for the exclusive use without ensuring to the public our environment and our economy are adequately protected. The new 50-year license is our only insurance policy that the Conowingo Dam and Susquehanna will be healthy and productive for a long time to come. For the benefit of Maryland and Pennsylvania, for our children and future generations, we've got to get this one done right. I had a lot more, Mr. Chairman, but I had to cut it short.
Well, maybe later on in the public hearing, you can ask yourself a really long question.
Yeah, I got a lot of info.
Okay. Well, let me proceed to the witnesses who are signed up in favor of the bill. James Pugh with Earth Justice. Now we can build the plaque here. Earth Justice is testifying on behalf of a J. Jacobs bill.
It just shows you how good it is, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, boy. Okay. Is James Pugh there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you and see you.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice, as you noted, and speaking in support of the House Bill 0427. Exelon wants to have the Conowingo Dam relicensed for 50 years, and the Federal Clean Water Act gives Maryland a statutory right to protect the Chesapeake Bay and the Susquehanna River by making Exelon shoulder its fair share of the badly needed cleanup process as a condition of getting that new license. Maryland will not get this opportunity again for 50 years, and without a fair contribution from Exelon now, the Chesapeake and the Susquehanna will not get cleaned up. Exelon and MDE have entered into a proposed settlement that would let Exelon off the hook. Others have addressed the practical consequences and will address it further today. And the people who, of the settlement, both for the Bay and the people who depend on it. I would like to point out now that if approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, this settlement would also require Maryland to perform an unlawful act. That act is retroactively waiving its authority to place conditions on relicensing the Conowingo Dam. Maryland already has placed conditions on relicensing by issuing a certification under Clean Water Act Section 401 in 2018. It took that step through a careful and thorough process involving public notice and comment and has never withdrawn it. Exelon and MDE cannot just wish this certification out of existence in a private settlement agreement, and attempting to do so would be unlawful. Contrary to arguments made by proponents of the proposed settlement, this bad result is not compelled by the DC Circuit's decision in Hoopa Valley Tribe versus FERC. Hoopa addresses what the DC Circuit described as effectively an effort to circumvent the Clean Water Act through a coordinated withdrawal and submission scheme to indefinitely delay federal licensing proceedings. That is not what is happening here. In fact, there is no agreement, there is no conspiracy, and no coordinated withdrawal and submission scheme, let alone a written one. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Next is Ted, and I'm having difficulty pronouncing your last name, but you're with the Lower Susquehanna Riverkeeper Association.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ted Evgenitis, and I serve as the Lower Susquehanna Riverkeeper. And I wanted to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee for giving us the time today to talk on this very important matter. In the case of Conowingo, there are laws that dictate how hydroelectric dams get relicensed, such as the Clean Water Act and Federal Power Act. And Section 401 of the Clean Water Act gives Maryland the absolute right to issue a water quality certification, which includes conditions that would protect water quality in the Susquehanna River and Chesapeake Bay for the next 50 years of dam ownership. Unfortunately, the studies which were provided by Exelon to MDE in the original 401 application were inadequate, and more research was requested by the state in order to issue a certification. It is my understanding that MDE is acting out of fear in waiving their right to a 401 certification, and their fear lingers because of the Hoopa Valley Tribe court ruling. However, Hoopa Valley has no bearing on the record of issuance and withdrawal of the 401 application by Exelon in the last 7 years. Maryland did not engage in any deliberate scheme in delaying the issuance of a 401 like California did. Therefore, they should have full confidence in pursuing the provisions that they have included in their 401 certification. Maryland must protect their right in issuing a 401, and if litigation must occur, then so be it. The relicensing of this dam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it must be done appropriately with all stakeholders at the table and not negotiated behind closed doors with just Exelon. It would be hypocritical for MDE to waive its right, in addition to setting horrible precedent for the state and the rest of the country. Again, the settlement provides grossly insufficient funding to mitigate the dam's operations over the next 50 years. The settlement provides roughly $78 million over the 50-year license term, while the state water quality certification required over $8 billion over 50 years. Exelon's profitability of a company their size should be giving back to the environment and its people what has freely been given to them, rights to a public resource for pure profit. The state of Maryland cannot waive their rights under law. The settlement agreement, as is, would be the worst negotiated agreement for the Bay to date. We must protect the state's rights and reputation and demand a fair deal for the state of Maryland, the Susquehanna River, and the Chesapeake Bay. And thank you, and I urge for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Zach Kelleher with the Shore Rivers Organization. Zach?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Zach Kelleher, your Sassafras Riverkeeper here with Shore Rivers. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to submit this testimony in support of House Bill 427 on behalf of Shore Rivers and our over 3,500 members here across Maryland's Eastern Shore. As you've already heard, Section 401 of the Federal Clean Water Act gives the states the authority to issue this water quality certification, which ensures that any major projects properly mitigate any impacts on water quality. It's one of the most enforceable and powerful tools granted to each state to make sure that their waterways are being adequately protected. But here we are again in another year, in another legislative session, talking about the need to still meaningfully address the issues here at Conowingo Dam. It's been over a year since the proposed settlement between the Maryland Department of the Environment and Exelon was released, and yet the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission still has refused to issue a verdict on the settlement. This means that we still have the chance through this legislation right here in front of us to correct the flawed settlement. In the absence or delay of federal leadership, it's all the more important that Maryland step up to utilize one of the strongest tools that we have to protect our waterways and keep moving this ball forward. Here on the Eastern Shore, we're on the front lines of everything that's flowing through the dam, and we've been dealing with it for a long time. Every time those floodgates open, our shorelines, rivers, streams, and our bay that belongs to all of us here in Maryland are filled with trash, debris, nutrients, sediment, toxic substances, you name it. And that threatens all of the great progress we've made here to clean up our waterways. As Ted said, Exelon is the only entity profiting from this water, and nobody should be allowed to profit from a natural resource without meaningfully contributing to protecting and restoring that resource. So this bill is one of the best ways to make sure that Maryland gets these proper water quality protections in place by correcting the proposed settlement. It's emergency legislation because what happens now will be in place for the next 50 years. So we have to get it right now. So I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Nicholas with the Waterkeepers Chesapeake. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Chairman Barbay and members of the committee. Glad to be here talking with you again about Conowingo. And rarely do you see this kind of lineup with Delegate Jacobs, our Senate sponsor, Steve Hershey, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Maryland League of Conservation Voters, all in line with the watermen, Eastern Shore communities. That's because this settlement is bad for all of us, from protecting our water quality to protecting our fisheries and the industries and economy based on all of them. We have to fix this. 50 years ago, people were able to fish and recreate in the reservoir behind Conowingo Dam. Think about where we're going to be 50 years from now when this license is still in effect. Currently, we have major flooding, sediment, debris events coming from the dam and the opening of the gates. And that's only going to get worse over time as storm intensity increases and we get more and more discharges coming from the dam. Exelon likes to claim that the dam has been a best management practice for the last 90 years, holding back sediment and debris. but every best management practice requires maintenance, and they haven't done any. And the case with any stormwater management pond or anything else, when you let it fill up, it's going to become a pollution source rather than be able to trap that kind of pollution. And that's the problem we have here. There has been a kick the can down the road attitude on this dam for far too long, and now we need to fix it. The flawed settlement agreement was entered into very quickly by the state of Maryland and Exelon and didn't include any other parties or interest. It's time for a do-over. We need to pull that settlement back while we still can before FERC acts on it and change it so that we're not stuck with this bad situation for all of us for the next 50 years. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Timothy Mortis. Timothy? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we see and hear you.
Hi, my name is Tim Mortis. I'm president of the Cecil Harford Watermen's Association and second vice president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. Here, as said, by a couple others, here we are a year into this bad agreement and another year of trying to work this summer and fight this mess. For 10 years now, this has done nothing but get worse. When we have these major spills where they have to open this up and the trash and the sediment come through, we can't leave to go crabbing in the summer until the sun comes out. You cannot ride down through there in the dark. Somebody's going to get seriously hurt. Oh. Hello?
We can hear and see you.
Oh, okay. Someone's going to end up getting seriously hurt. Not to mention, when you have the big sediment spills, it cuts down, it takes out everything we're going to catch crab wise and fish wise for 2 weeks until it settles out. This is just, it's a situation that's steadily getting worse. And it seems like a solution keeps getting kicked down the road. I've been to hundreds of meetings and spent hundreds of hours listening to solutions. Well, you don't even hear anybody having meetings about solutions for it anymore. I mean, that's, I haven't been to a meeting in 5 years where somebody comes in and said, we're going to do this to fix it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Morgan Johnson and then Chet McLeod.
Thank you, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the committee for allowing me to testify in favor of HB 427 on behalf of Waterkeepers Chesapeake. We firmly believe that the Conowingo pollution load, the Susquehanna, or the Bay cannot possibly be cleaned up unless this unapproved settlement agreement is withdrawn and Exelon is required to shoulder its fair share of the cost of the pollution that its dam causes. The draft Conowingo Watershed Implementation Plan was released by the Chesapeake Bay program back in October of 2020 to address the pollutant load at the Conowingo Dam. And while the cleanup plan may seem like a backstop to address where MDE has failed here, it's not, for 4 main reasons. First, the CWIP framework, approach, and drafts were approved and directed by an outgoing EPA that is very different from the incoming one on key issues that are salient here, like climate change, Clean Water Act authority, and corporate responsibility. And that new administration has had little to no time to weigh in on this approach. Second, the draft CWIP fails to address one of the 3 primary TMDL pollutants, sediment, which harm our species and submerge aquatic vegetation. Third, the CWIP was released back in October without a financing plan, but the now available financing plan has no adequate sources of private funding identified. And what we know from the available additions of that strategy is that the Bay partner states are expected to pay for these reductions, not Exelon. Additionally, we know that if the plan fails or falls through, the loads will be allocated across the Bay states. Fourth and finally, the draft CWIP raises significant equity and environmental justice concerns as it focuses solely on best management practices outside of the urban areas of our watershed, effectively favoring some communities over others, and yet all communities will likely be shouldering the cost. This draft plan is no magic bullet to solve the Conowingo issue, and without withdrawal of the settlement, renegotiation, and fair contribution from Exelon, there isn't a realistic path forward. This bill ensures that that happens, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip McLeod, followed by Robert T.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I good?
Yeah, we can hear and see you.
Okay, well, thank you all. Chip McLeod on behalf of the Clean Chesapeake Coalition that supports this legislation, if for anything, for the attention that it brings to a very important issue and problem for the Chesapeake Bay cleanup efforts. We have submitted written testimony, and we hope the committee members will take a moment to look at it, especially the exhibits, which we think are very informative. One of which I want to bring to everybody's attention, and I just hold it up here, but point out that during the last week of 2020, as if it wasn't an interesting enough year already, there was a big event at the Conowingo Dam as far as scouring. The Susquehanna River peaked at over 300,000 cubic feet per second the day after Christmas, which resulted in a large scouring event and a sediment plume that extended down to Poplar Island. And if you do the math based on all the scientific information available, in a matter of days, the Upper Bay received about a half year's worth of sediment that normally comes down the Susquehanna River. And I just point that out to remind everybody, as other proponents are doing, what an important issue this is and that it absolutely needs to be addressed. It's not clear what this legislation would do to the settlement agreement or the relicensing of Conowingo Dam, but if it throws a monkey wrench in the works and it gets us back to the water quality certification that was issued by MDE in April 2018, that would be a good thing for all of us that care about the Bay. That was a bold and historic permit issued by MDE. And it's a shame that we had to backslide from it. We should be all working together to get back to that or even more for the benefit of the Bay. Thank you very much. And it's good to see a lot of people talking about the Conowingo factor. Look at the Clean Chesapeake's Emmy Award winning video. Thank you.
Okay, and Robert Brown. Robert? Come on, where are you?
Mr. Chairman, he told me he was in and out, his internet was going in and out, so I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, well, we've got a lot of questions here, and I think the first one goes to Delegate Boyce.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, why don't we
Go
take
ahead.
Robert T. and then we'll go to Delegate Boyce. Go ahead, Robert.
Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen's Association. I have a bad connection down here. I'm sorry about that. With this, the way this permit goes, so goes the health of the Chesapeake Bay. As you know,
Well, let's give them a little bit of time here.
that comes down, it's the other pollutions that come down from it. And what we're looking for at this time is for our oysters to come back up in the upper part of the bay. There is no way it can come back. All right. Hello.
We can hear you, it's just you're frozen. Go ahead and just keep talking. Let's see if that works. Well, you know, Jay, I'm going to go to questions and you'll just have to call up Robert and apologize on behalf of the committee, okay? Okay, Delegate Boyce.
You know, I was going to say that I think Delegate Love was before me, but I'll go.
No, No, you're, go ahead. I mean, we'll.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Sorry. So I have a couple of questions regarding this, and one is, I'm not a lawyer, and I question one. I hear we talk about we want more. Somebody can, whether it's Delegate Jacobs or the panel, can explain to me, not only in program and costs, what more means. The same words come up, but we want more or we haven't gotten enough. Can someone explain exactly what that is and what that is in dollars? And then I'll go to my next question.
I can take this if you want, Delegate Jacobs. Okay. Betsy Nicholas, Waterkeepers Chesapeake, and I am a boring lawyer. So there's Jim referred to this earlier in his testimony, that the Maryland Department of the Environment did actually determine the impacts of the dam and issue a water quality certification. And the purpose of that certification is to say, here's all the ways that your operations of the dam are causing environmental problems. And if you do X, Y, and Z, then that's going to mitigate the damage. So that's the purpose of the water quality certification. And it's why it's a really important part of the federal relicensing process on dams. That agreement or that certification had in it 6 million pounds of nitrogen removal and 260,000 pounds of phosphorus removal a year. And if you looked at the sort of cost, so if Exelon were to pay the state or payment in lieu of actually doing the nutrient removal, that payment was estimated at $172 million a year. And that would have been for the entire 50-year license period. And I'm not doing this off the top of my brain. I did it with a calculator before, but that comes out to about $8.4 billion over the 50-year license term. Instead, as my colleague Ted Evagenitis pointed out, the total in payments, in real-time payments, are about 78 million, and that's for the entire 50-year period. So, looking at that cost is the easiest way to do it because they don't quantify in the proposed settlement what the actual nutrient removal, phosphorus and sediment and nitrogen would be.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I just want to kind of, if someone can explain this argument, we're the last dam down, the river. And so I certainly agree with the cost, right? I guess I don't understand the burden of the dam considering we're getting everything down flow. So while I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a responsibility, I'm not saying that. It just seems like it's the dam that it has to bear all the responsibility of stuff that maybe, yes, their responsibility, they needed to get it together. But the fact that it's like, it's all yours. Well, it's like, it's not all of the dams and they need to be doing their part. But what is the consideration and cost as it relates to quote unquote, our share versus the shares that are coming down stream per se?
And there's been a big discussion of that over the past 10 years, I think, while we're working on it. And that was some of the information that Maryland was trying to get from Exelon was really to parse out this piece. What is Exelon responsible for in the operation of the dam? So you can look at some, clear factors. Mussels don't get upstream anymore. Mussels like oysters remove, pollution from the waterway. And that is directly because there's a dam there. You also have fish that can't migrate and get upstream. A couple decades ago, we had hundreds of thousands of shad moving through that dam. Last year, we had 470. So those are things you can really directly point. Now, when you're looking at the nutrients and the sediment flow, it's a little more complicated because the dam isn't creating sediment or nutrients coming downstream, but they're changing the characteristics of it. So it's a more complex modeling. It can be done, not by people like me, but there are people who can do this. And that's kind of what we are saying throughout this is Exelon needs to pay their fair share. Is it every bit? Is it every dollar for pollution that comes through the dam? Probably not. But it certainly isn't, 1% of the costs that the citizens are going to bear. And that's really why we want this kind of do-over, to go back and reevaluate this settlement with all the parties, with the stakeholders, the downstream watermen, the environmental groups, people in Pennsylvania, all at the table to work this out with MDE and Exelon so we can get to something we can all live with. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
and
that wasn't exactly precise, but I hope that helped.
Yeah, no, that does help. It's still a little hard because we know where a lot of this is coming from, and those people aren't paying their fair share. So it's unfair for them to be at the table to talk about who pays what when they're not paying. I'm just going to put that out there. But my last question, and I'll ask this to the other side as well when they have the opportunity to speak, but does anybody know the cost to potentially relitigate this? And is it cost effective for?
Why don't we leave that for Secretary Grumbles when he's going to be testifying?
Okay, I just also want to put it out there in general about the cost to relitigate.
Okay.
Just
the Vice Chair is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly understand the concerns about the Conowingo Dam. But I guess the question is, how do you respond to the main argument of the opponents, which seems to be that this bill would represent a big gamble, a gamble that if the bill passes, that FERC might say that the state has waived its Section 401 authority already. And I realize there are disagreements about what the Hoopa Valley Tribe case actually means, but still, it seems like there is significant concern that FERC could interpret it in a way that would be harmful to Maryland. And then just the other gamble is, could we get a better settlement from Exelon if we tore up the current settlement? So I guess, I don't know if the sponsor wants to address that or anyone else.
I'd like to take a little shot at it. First of all, Delegate Stein, the 50-year settlement number is about $200 million over 50 years. And it's not all cash, it's cash and in-kind services. So it's not entirely 200 million cash. But think about that over 50 years. That's less than $4 million a year. And if you just address the riparian buffers in Pennsylvania that could reduce pollution by 32%, the estimate, they're putting less than $400,000 a year into that. That's something that costs probably $50 million to address. So, this agreement is so woefully short of where it should be on a 50-year plan. I mean, when Chip McLeod talked about that event that happened Christmas that went all the way down to Poplar Island, well, the fishermen couldn't even fish for that whole week because the bay water got so infiltrated with sediment that they just couldn't. The fish went and hit. I don't know, but anyhow, it was terrible. And that was just a 2 or 3 inch rain event. Suppose we get another storm, which we will, like Agnes or something, or Lee, or one of the storms we've had in the last 10 or 20 years. And Agnes was 72. But if we get one of those, it's going to destroy the bay. And for $4 million a year, it's like lint money, to a corporation like that. That's just way insufficient to meet the demands. I mean, Baltimore City gets 250,000 gallons of water, or 250 million gallons of water a day out of Susquehanna. And so what happens if that supply gets altered, or, if something happens in pollution wise there?
Jay, I think Betsy has a response. Why don't we have her, and you can add more stuff, Jay. I don't want to cut you off, but
I got plenty. Thank you.
Okay, Betsy, I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah,
I'm very interested in knowing, as an attorney, what counter argument you have to this risk argument, because I have to tell you, this is a bill that I go back and forth on, and the risk is something that is very concerning to me.
Yeah, and we looked at it really carefully because there is a risk calculation. Where it falls down from our point of view is not the dollar amount. It's the other provisions in the settlement agreement that Maryland has waived, not just their 401 Clean Water Act authority, but the applicability of any laws to Conowingo for the next 50 years. So Conowingo is expressly excluded from Clean Water Act authority, Clean Water Act permits, from the Chesapeake Bay Cleanup Plan and future laws. In fact, Maryland represents in the settlement agreement that if there are other lawsuits, that Maryland is going to defend Exelon in those lawsuits as part of the agreement here. This is just sort of unthinkable from a legal scenario to have our state agency agreeing to functionally misrepresent things in state court. And, again, think about what could happen in 50 years and having a clean slate for them. Exelon can do anything they want. And they've got this pass there that says the state is never going to hold them accountable for any of it. And that is worse, so much worse than the dollar amounts we're looking at in this issue and in this bill. And, you heard from our counsel at Earth Justice that they think that we would be fine if we went to court, but that is a gamble. But we have to get rid of those other provisions in this agreement. They're not acceptable by any means.
Would anybody else like to add anything before? And Dana, do you have any more questions?
Mr. Chairman, could you answer that too?
Sure. If somebody else wants to take a crack at it, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments too, and I think Betsy is doing a great job articulating the issues, but somebody mentioned what's the risk? And you as an attorney, Mr. Chair, and myself.
I'm not an attorney.
Well, as attorneys think, I don't really know as an attorney what this would do, but the fact of the matter is, at every twist and turn on the litigation side of the Conowingo issue, Exelon has been there with 1,000 lawyers working the system. And that's okay. No fault to them. That's what they have the right to do. But we're sort of beyond what worse could happen. I mean, every day the Bay is being crushed, just as we pointed out what happened just this past Christmas. The damage is horrible and nothing's getting done. And so to us, if somebody mentioned the cost of relitigating, I haven't heard anybody in Maryland be questioning all the cost of all the litigation the state of Maryland's been involved in lately. I'm not sure why that would be part of the calculation. We have an attorney general's office that is very capable of litigating on behalf of the best interests of the state of Maryland. So that shouldn't be a consideration what it costs the state of Maryland to fight for the rights of the Chesapeake Bay and everybody that benefits from it. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Dana?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up with Betsy, your statement that it's not just the waiver of the 401 authority, but waiver of applicability of all other, I guess, relevant environmental laws. So does the bill HB 27 address the waiver of all the other legal responsibilities or state and federal laws that you're saying that this agreement does waive?
Indirectly, because the provisions of the agreement say that one of the things that the state has to do is waive the 401, and then Exelon drops lawsuits, and there's all this sort of back and forth. But without those conditions being met, the state dropping the 401, the agreement is null and void. So what we do is we throw that entire agreement out and restart, which is ideally what we want to do here. So it doesn't address it in the text of the bill, but when you read the bill in context with the entire proposed settlement, it addresses it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing about unknowns that I hope you appreciate is all this is in FERC at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which nobody really knows what FERC will do unless you're there every day like the big utilities are. But even the General Assembly, none of us can really predict how FERC is going to act. So sort of getting the General Assembly to second guess itself on what ifs, we already have a big what if at FERC. And that's why I hope the General Assembly will align with the administration and will align with the Maryland Attorney General's office to get in lockstep that this is the #1 issue for Marylanders when it comes to cleaning up the Chesapeake Bay. Thank you.
Okay, next question goes to Delegate Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. So I'm going to try to figure out how I can work through this, but I guess the one thing that I'm really concerned about is the waiving of the Clean Water Act. And I guess the question I might have for those that are supporting it is there, in terms of the agreement, is there any type of agreement that you would agree with? So for instance, if the agreement was not for 50 years, like what would be, I obviously think the Clean Water Act is definitely #1 that you'd want to see that being that not being waived, but what would be an alternative in terms of us having resources that we can tap into to help clean, because we know that it's challenging, and then 2, that would still create a more balanced resolution where people are giving and taking, but there still is progress being made in terms of cleaning up the bay.
I can give it a shot here, and others feel free to jump in. So yeah, I think that there is an agreement that can be met here. Generally, I think that lawyers refer to that as when everybody's a little bit unhappy is when you found the right spot, and that isn't the case now. Exelon's probably throwing parties out there, and everybody else is unhappy because we're having to pay for their externalized costs. So I think the place we need to be on this is, 1, there needs to be an enforceable agreement and conditions actually in the federal license, not a contractual agreement just between the state and Exelon that it's not enforceable in court by any other parties. We need to have an iterative process where it can either be with a condition met or a 10-year look back or things like that, so that when conditions change or what Exelon's doing to mitigate the environmental impacts aren't working, that can be discussed and renegotiated with the state and interested stakeholders. And Exelon needs to pay a fair share for this pollution. I mean, we've now seen through the Conowingo Watershed Implementation Plan, their estimate is from 53 million to 300 million a year. That's all going to be paid by the public. So the taxpayers are paying that. What is Exelon responsible for? Probably at least 1/3 of that. And so getting a reasonable amount of contribution from them to that process, while also getting Pennsylvania to step up and pay their fair share, and Marylanders doing their part and all of that. And I do think that can all be worked on amongst the parties. And you have to think about the watermen downstream too. There are very specific needs about some of the debris removal that makes their operations of crabbing and fishing and shrimping impossible, and making sure that that's all part of the bigger scale agreement.
Mm-hmm. And then I just have one quick follow-up, but you mentioned it and it was in my mind already, Pennsylvania. So I've only been on the committee for 3 years, but in my 3 years here, I have learned a lot about what Pennsylvania, the challenges that are presented because of Pennsylvania. And I'll ask this question also to those that are opposition, but to what extent will this agreement right now, how could it limit our ability to negotiate with Pennsylvania? And part of why I'm also raising this is because, at least from where I sit, and anyone can educate me further on this, I think we have a long way to go with our cooperation from Pennsylvania. So this could go both ways in terms of, Exelon might have a good response to this, and, as well as the folks on this panel. But in your opinion, how could this limit our negotiations with Pennsylvania in terms of them having more enforcement on their end of, all the things that are coming through, and then also our ability to negotiate more resources or support from them to help, reduce all of the stuff that's coming into Conowingo and then, impacting the Chesapeake?
where I see this really playing in with Pennsylvania is if you start adding up all the costs, like, do you remember the Chesapeake Bay briefing we got right at the beginning of the session? And so all the states are about to get a climate load in their phase 3 implementation plans. And that's the difference of nutrient removal that from 2010 to now. And there's already a 2035 that's been calculated, but that hasn't been assessed yet. So let's say, you know, Maryland's kind of here, Pennsylvania's lagging down here. And so they already have a big gap they have to meet to their current milestones. Then they're getting a climate load on top of that. And if we don't fix this agreement, they're getting a massive Conowingo load on top of that. And I think that they're going to look at it and throw up their hands and say, there's nothing we could possibly do to meet this. And I fear that it could be the thing that could break the back of the entire Bay Partnership. So if, on the other hand, if we get a renegotiated settlement agreement, then it puts Pennsylvania where they're not at a situation where they're just going to fight. Perhaps there's some tools and help there to get everyone back at the table and to live up to their commitments to have a clean bay and watershed. So, you know, it's a little bit of guesswork there, but that would be my thought on it.
You know, I'd like for us to move on a bit because we do have Ben Grumbles. We have 2 more delegates who want to ask questions, and I want to terminate it at that point and move on to the secretary. So Delegate Terraza has the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nicholas, can you help me understand, wasn't this settlement back in 2019? Just help me understand, why hasn't that been finalized, and has something changed?
So the thing that I would say has changed between 2019 and now is the federal government, which is probably going to make a pretty big difference in how this is going to be reviewed. You know, the new president has put into place a climate czar. Well, the issues at stake here for the entire Conowingo are deeply embedded in climate and storm loads. You know, that's where we get all of these adverse impacts downstream. Why FERC hasn't ruled? A little bit of uncertainty there, but they have ruled on lots of petitions for waiver across the country. In fact, when I told colleagues from other places that we had one that's been sitting for 1.5 years, they were shocked. FERC has been ruling on them in 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I think that it suggests, if anyone could read FERC, which I don't think we can, but it suggests discomfort with this agreement. So that would be my thought. And I don't think that the new administration is going to see this in the same way. Some of the rules, like EPA had a proposed 401 rule that wouldn't have applied to Conowingo because it, you know, they already issued the 401 certification, but that we expect to get pulled back and changed by the new administration. So the playing field has kind of changed a little bit, and I expect Exelon might be more amenable to negotiating now.
Thank you.
Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the bill. I guess this question is to Delegate Jacobs, and I guess if anybody else wants to address it as well. You know, often in the committee work that we do, we are looking at things from kind of a macro perspective, you know, like a 30,000 foot perspective or a 60,000 foot perspective. And then often we end up drilling down over, you know, the bills over the years. We drill down closer and closer and we get down. And then I think what ends up happening sometimes is we lose sight of that bigger picture. So my question to anybody that wants to ask it, I guess particularly to Delegate Jacobs, is Delegate Jacobs, if you're there and can answer, have we not seen an increased level of dramatic rain events, surges, and all kinds of events that come over the Conowingo Dam over the last 10 years?
Yes, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Seems like the rain events we've had in the past year have been at the 2-inch level more frequently than they were 5 years ago. You know,
So every year, it
regular
just kind of-
basis.
so every year it just kind of seems to they become more violent. And so with each one of these events, we get more sediment, we get more trash, we get more of everything coming over that dam into the state of Maryland, correct?
That's correct.
So here's my really, really big question. Again, sometimes we just get so close, we can't see from far away. And here's the big question. Why in the world would the state of Maryland, who should be acting in the best interest of all of the occupants, all the citizens of the state of Maryland, why would we ever, in any instance, waive our 401 ability, our 401 water quality ability? Why would we ever do that?
Well, you know what, Dave, hold on, Jay. I really think that this is a question that's better directed to the secretary, because everybody here is just going to agree with you.
Okay, well then, thank you, Mr. Chairman, because that was my follow-up. Was after hearing that, I was going to ask the same exact question to the secretary. Thank you.
And I think you should, but you know, we've heard so many times about the Clean Air Act, how much we don't deviate from the Clean Air Act. And here we are, the biggest asset in the state of Maryland is the Chesapeake Bay, and we waived the clean water rights. Amen.
All right. Thank you to all the proponents. Next, we have Secretary Ben Grumbles, who is testifying informationally. So, which is an interesting way for him to describe himself in this instance. Let me just say, Secretary, first of all, welcome back to the committee. Always, we always look forward to hearing from you, and I personally have a lot of respect for you. And before you start to testify, let me repeat something that I said to one of the proponents of the bill, and it's that this is one of those bills that I go back and forth on a lot. And, you know, it's one of those, it's not a slam dunk vote. It's like 55% of the arguments on one side, 45% of the arguments on the other side. And you know, and so given that, and given the fact that, you know, this committee, you know, understands the difficult position that the administration is in here, I'd like you to also factor in something that we didn't have in previous years, and that is we have a new administration in DC. We have a different president, and he is probably at some point going to be appointing members to FERC. I don't know. I haven't, you know, I don't know when the appointments come up for those positions, and maybe you could make reference to all of those concerns that I have, plus the changed political dynamic in Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can see you and hear you.
Yeah, I'm here to testify, to provide information, also provide valuable context on how we got to where we are, and also raise some serious concerns about the bill. I just want to say at the outset that everyone has a right to second guess the settlement that we arrived at under extenuating circumstances in an effort to make sure that the rug was not pulled out from under us when the federal legal landscape changed. Everyone has a right to second guess that, and we certainly understand that the settlement that was reached in October of 2019 does not have the same look and feel as the water quality certification that we issued in April of 2018. But in both instances, the department vigorously looked at the information and laid out a very strong plan for protecting the Chesapeake and the Susquehanna, and putting the onus with respect to the operation of the dam and much of the infill problem on Exelon. What I have to say, though, is everyone does not have the right to mischaracterize both the broader context the work that the state is doing collaboratively, from suing the EPA, seeking to sue Pennsylvania and New York, working aggressively on a broader multi-state Conowingo implementation plan, and continuing to look at pilot dredging opportunities. What folks don't have the right to do is to mischaracterize what is in the current settlement and say that the department is waiving the Clean Water Act, waiving all laws and enforcement. That's not just true, that is a misrepresentation. So as always, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your willingness to get information so that members
By the
can
way,
vote.
keep going. I'm going to give you more than 2 minutes since you're the secretary and you have a lot to answer for. So there.
Thank you, I think. So for starters, very quickly, we have been vigorous defenders of the Clean Water Act, and we will always be vigorous defenders of the Clean Water Act, locally, regionally, and nationally, and using all tools under that act. And that is why we issued the comprehensive 401 water quality certification in April of 2019. We were sued. I was sued on behalf of MDE. MDE was sued in state court and in federal court and administratively by Exelon. We met with them periodically over about a year. We're not making much progress. Realized that in order to avoid having the rug pulled out from under us federally, which was increasingly likely, we worked in earnest on developing the settlement that is currently, it was filed with FERC along with the contractual arrangement we entered into with Exelon to commit them to do things they never would have done without us using our Clean Water Act legal authorities. And that settlement, just to remind members, does have good things in it. It does specifically embrace water quality improvements, flow regime, climate resiliency. But I get it that some members, particularly those who wanted a bigger dredging project or other components, were disappointed. But it included a legally enforceable commitment for the first time ever, not just for Exelon to spend $200 million over the course of the license, but to invest $52 million in improving the flow regime of the river. That was incredibly important. We're very proud of that provision. $47 million for climate resiliency projects, $41 million for improving the trash and debris flowing down the Susquehanna River, more than what they would have done in the past, legally committed to doing more. $25 million for important efforts for mussels, and $19 million for boots on the ground pollution prevention work involving cover crops and forest buffers. There are many other provisions in the settlement, but the basic point I want to make sure you know as members of the committee is that we did not waive all laws and authorities. There are specific provisions in the settlement which ensure that MDE retains the right to pursue violations of the settlement. And as well, there is nothing in the settlement that takes away our authority, our responsibilities under a wide array of sections under the Federal Clean Water Act. So I get it that folks think the settlement needs to be renegotiated, but it is just not true that we've waived all of our environmental enforcement responsibilities. There is a contractual arrangement. There are specific terms in the settlement that preserve our options and also give us the opportunity to revise the settlement to make it more stringent with respect to Clean Water Act effluent limitations, other provisions of the Clean Water Act relating to water quality protection, source water protection. So we continue to stand behind the settlement, but we recognize It was agreed to 15 months ago. Mr. Chairman, we are frustrated like everyone else that FERC has not made a decision on that settlement. Time is wasting. We are prepared to take legal action, to file petitions, to get them to make a decision, accept or deny or reject. Give us a decision on the settlement and the terms to be incorporated in the license so we can know whether to go back to the starting table or make some revisions to it. The concern we have with the bill is that we don't know when FERC is going to make a decision. It could be in the next few weeks. Mr. Chairman, you asked me to comment on the changing political landscape at the federal level. Chip and others have referenced this, Betsy as well. We're not sure if the new chairman, Chairman Glick of FERC, will be more inclined to take up the settlement and the license and give us clarity on where it sits. So I would just say one of the concerns is that you are changing the dynamic without knowing where FERC is going to end up over the next month or so. Now, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, as well, that we are not always in agreement with Exelon. We absolutely do not see eye to eye with them on many things. We, however, are prepared to petition FERC to really get them to make a decision so that the state knows where that settlement stands from their perspective at the FERC level. To me, that's a very important item that needs to happen before the legislation is completed. And then just the last thing on this, you have a very strong partner in MDE in using all of our available tools, not just under the Federal Clean Water Act, but under other authorities and with other states to use this combination of forcing Exelon to pay their fair share, making sure that for pollution that's emanating far upstream that Exelon is not responsible for, to make sure Pennsylvania steps up and does more, to make sure that all of the states through the multi-state Conowingo WIP have funding, not just public funding, but private sector funding. And also to continue to pursue our lawsuit. The governor directed the Attorney General to file the lawsuit against EPA when EPA approved the Pennsylvania plan, and we fully embrace a combination of sticks and carrots to get Pennsylvania to do more, to get Exelon to do more. I just appreciate the chance to provide you more information and context and continuing concern that this legislation raises some problems where it would definitely throw a wrench in the sense of, by taking out the 401 component, the conditional waiver that was a part of the ultimate settlement, it would certainly put us back in the litigation mode. But I'm providing you this, just simply the point that it would be very helpful to know what FERC is going to do over the next month or so before moving forward with and completing this legislation.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you. Before I recognize some questions from my committee, I have a few questions.
Sure.
All right, so respond to this. I think what the proponents were referring to when they said we're giving up our rights under the Clean Water Act, I think what they probably meant to say is that by giving Exelon a license that lasts 50 years, we lose all leverage over them. How would you respond to that?
It's a great question, and there are several provisions in the settlement that speak to that. First of all, on the idea of waiving all of our environmental responsibility under 401, and others, members and sponsors have implied that. There's express language in the settlement that says nothing in this settlement restricts MDE from taking actions to protect public health and the environment. There's also a provision in the settlement called adaptive management that would allow MDE to seek to modify the terms in the license if under the Clean Water Act, under various sections like 301, we needed to make more stringent effluent limitations, or in the increasing and real evidence of a wetter and wilder climate, we needed to incorporate even more provisions. The way I read the settlement agreement, we would be able to do so. But I agree that members who are frustrated that the settlement doesn't look as good as the original water quality certification would just simply say, we strove for the best agreement we could, recognizing that we needed a real commitment before the federal legal landscape change would cause us to waive our 401 authority and not even use that. And then we would be truly back to square one with our hands tied behind our back in terms of negotiating with Exelon.
Okay, another question I have is just quickly summarize for me, if we pass this law and presumably override a gubernatorial veto during the session, what do you imagine from your perspective a worst case scenario outcome would be?
The worst case scenario outcome is that we are locked into the status quo and don't get any of the 200+ million in improvements that Exelon had agreed to do through the settlement that we have pending before FERC, that we would go through another 4 to 5 to 6 years of litigation. To me, this is such a critical issue because the 2025 Chesapeake Bay restoration goal is getting closer and closer, and the Conowingo factor, the infill problem, and the increasing flows of sediment, trash, and debris, and nutrient pollution are going to increase if we don't have a good, legally enforceable agreement in hand. So this is the classic argument over perfect versus good, and timely versus a longer, 6 years from now reaching an agreement. And we strove for a strong agreement as best, in our view, as strong as we could make it, to have that in hand to help get real progress prior to the 2025 TMDL goal deadline, and include reopeners and some savings clauses that are sometimes mischaracterized or conveniently overlooked. But I think the worst case scenario would be to not have any action agreed upon by Exelon because we were in litigation for 4 to 6 more years.
Final question from me before I recognize questions from my committee. Are we able, on balance, I agreed with you last year, okay? But we have a new president. There are going to be new appointments to FERC over the coming years. And of course, there's also this issue that was brought up by Betsy about the fact that it's unusual for FERC to not rule more expeditiously than they have, it's unusual for them to wait this long. And so my two questions are, number one, why do you think it is that they have not ruled? And number two, do you think it could be because, well, no, number two, do you think it would be possible for us to somehow pause to see how things evolve at the federal level, to see if they would?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think it's dangerous to try to interpret or ascribe motives to individual policymakers or to commissions.
Okay.
So I don't want to take the bite on that front. I
Okay.
will say though that we are encouraged by increasing signals of environmental responsibility and commitment. And the fact of the matter is that while the settlement in the eyes of many of you falls short, it is an important and significant new environmental commitment and responsibility. So we're hopeful that the new chair of FERC would see this as a important and necessary decision to make. And if the decision is to modify the license and the settlement, then so be it. We want to know where FERC will end up, and we will then respond to that because we
Okay.
are committed to making real progress there. And in terms of the other agencies, very excited about the new EPA and the EPA leadership. We strongly believe that with our very strong congressional delegation, we're going to be pushing for more funding, not just public funding, but more leadership on regulatory enforcement to ensure that Pennsylvania's whip is stronger, that USDA is providing more funding and support,
Yeah.
and that the Conowingo whip gets more energy and financial support from a combination of private sector capital investors, but with public accountability. So I'm encouraged and optimistic that we're going to make significantly more progress.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, I always appreciate the information you give us, and you always give us a lot to think about, and I look forward to talking with you offline on this issue and on other issues as well. But thank you very much for your contribution here. I'm going to recognize as the first question, before I recognize Delegate Fisher-Hidalgo, I mean, I think everybody here can admit that this is a very complex issue, and I think everybody should admit that at a minimum. Okay, Delegate Fisher-Hidalgo, then Delegate Learman, then Boyce, then Love, then Jacobs, in that order so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Grumbles. It's great to see you. You know, I have a great deal of respect for you, and I think that the chairman got partially to my earlier question, but I wanted to kind of give you an opportunity just to make it a little bit more clear, because I know on the synopsis of the bill, and we're talking a lot about the 401 certification, it says prohibiting the state from entering into an agreement that waives the state's authority under 401 Federal Clean Water Act. So can you help me to understand where the kind of disconnect is? I know we talked about it, the chairman asked some of it, and I know we got to part of it, but I'm just struggling trying to figure out as far as the 2019 certification versus moving forward, and where is all the confusion coming? And again, and the same thing that you said earlier, I'm not asking you to cast any dispersions or talk about what the motivations of some folks might mean.
Right.
Just trying to clear this up a little bit more in my mind than I'm sure some of the other folks' mind.
Right. So for states, under the Federal Clean Water Act, one of the most important tools states have, which Maryland has fought vigorously to defend when the prior administration was trying to weaken the authority of this tool, is that states can use a water quality certification in order to ensure that water quality standards are attached to any federal license or permit, like a federal hydropower license. So we used that to the fullest extent when we issued our water quality certification, which then provided us significant leverage over Exelon. Then there were court decisions and FERC leanings in the prior administration to significantly curtail that authority, and other states were being deemed by FERC or by court to have waived their authority because they took over 1 year to make their decision on the issuance of the certification. And that led us to move forward quickly to try to put together a strong package, which is the $200 million plus component that we call the settlement agreement. Here's the simplest way to describe the reason there's a conditional waiver of 401 in the settlement. In order to get a settlement with Exelon, we needed to ensure to them that we were not going to be taking a second bite at the apple continuously on what was in the settlement. So there is language in there that says that we're not going to use 401 to impose more or use other laws and authorities or the Susquehanna River Basin Commission or other entities to try to do an end run on the legally enforceable contractual agreement and the items that are to be included in the license, the FERC license. So that's the basic part of it, but that also means we needed to include some limited reopener provisions and the adaptive management provision, which clearly says MDE can impose more stringent effluent limitations or other actions under various provisions of the Clean Water Act if we need to, such as based on climate change. And that is also why we included the savings clause that says nothing in this settlement restricts the ability of the Maryland Department of the Environment from taking actions to protect public health and the environment. So it was part of the discussions, the negotiations over 401, and I would just simply say that if the bill passes, it will significantly change that dynamic for sure. And it would be really helpful to see where FERC is coming down on the settlement and the proposed license articles before you make final decisions on the bill pending before the committee.
Okay, yeah, I would think, I guess, one of my big concerns is just how quickly things have changed as far as in the environment and climate change just in the last 7 to 10 years with the storms.
Right.
Just to make sure that we don't get ourselves sewn into something that we can't make changes to, because changes are happening faster and faster and faster, and we can try to predict them as much as we can. And scientists have been predicting what's coming for a while, but in some cases, those predictions are under what is really happening.
We are fully committed to making sure that FERC knows that from a process standpoint, we are extremely frustrated. We need as soon as possible a decision, yes or no. What's the status of the settlement? Are you going to agree to it? Are you going to modify it and the license articles so that we can then take action appropriately? And I think you want to get that answer as well.
I do, but I guess what I was trying to ask in that last piece was just ensuring that we can continue to change, because things are happening so quickly that we need to be able to change on what comes down the Susquehanna, what comes out of Pennsylvania, what comes out of Philadelphia, what all down, like what we just, my big concern is getting sewn into something that blocks us in and blocks Maryland into a specific set of pre-required issues that are in a contract. And the next thing you know, we're getting even more rain. And what Delegate Jacobs said about 2 inches, and maybe we're now getting more than that.
Okay, well, I think that was asked and answered. So do you have
Not really, but okay.
I just want to emphasize to the delegate that whether you call it locked in or in a legally enforceable settlement, the other piece of it is that there are other tools beyond our settlement with Exelon. There are tools that are very focused on upstream polluters who are contributing to the Conowingo infill problem. And that to me is a very promising avenue for the new administration working with Maryland and other states to put a continued emphasis on pollution prevention.
Thank you.
And Exelon and their responsibility, the Conowingo, is about pollution prevention too, but we need to.
It's just the flexibility. It's just having the flexibility. That's all. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Delegate Lehrman?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. So I have no problem with a legally enforceable, contract and settlement agreement. You need that. I mean, everybody needs that. The state needs a legally enforceable settlement agreement, and so does Exelon, and everybody does. I think my concern, as I think some of what you're hearing echoed here, is just the time. 50 years is a long time. And you brought up a couple times the WIP and the Conowingo WIP. And my understanding, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is it's going to cost about $53 million a year to implement that WIP. And actually tomorrow, there's a meeting of the WIP steering committee coming to help come up with a finance strategy for that. And immediately by signing this and by going forward with it, we take Exelon sort of off the table as one of the entities who would be responsible for paying for the WIP. And so I guess, you keep saying that it's going to be they're going to be public and private entities who are going to be paying and financing that WIP, but we can't add for 50 years any additional requirements onto Exelon to help us implement the WIP. And so, if we can't ask Exelon to help be one of the private players to help finance that WIP, who's going to be responsible for paying for it?
Well, we can ask, and I encourage you to do so. But I also would say to you that the settlement does provide funding that we in Maryland believe absolutely can be used to help us with our share of the Conowingo WIP. The Conowingo WIP, for everybody else, this is code speak for an important and innovative strategy that we helped push through and continue to work on with Pennsylvania and all the other states and EPA to ensure that states put more skin in the game to deal with the upstream and at the dam and below the dam problems from the Conowingo factor. And Delegate, I really do, I want to educate and encourage, provide information to people that the flexibility of the Exelon settlement, absolutely monies in that, some of those monies could be used to help Maryland meet its share of that estimated $53 million a year. We absolutely need to come up with other ways to provide that funding and make sure that Pennsylvania and the other states do as well. But Exelon is not off the hook from our perspective on that front in terms of some of the funds that they're going to be providing for the settlement agreement. We believe are going to help us reduce the cost to Marylanders for the Conowingo WIP.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's helpful. So you are saying that there's nothing in the proposed settlement that excludes Exelon for any responsibility under the WIP?
No, what I'm saying is that the way the settlement that we wrote with them is that we're not going to come back to them with an additional request in 2 years that says, pursuant to the Conowingo WIP, we're going to request more on that front. I'm saying that the 200 million that they agreed to for these various purposes, climate resiliency, pollution prevention upstream of the dam, we in Maryland can use those dollars, those projects to help meet our $10 to $11 million a year commitment for the Conowingo WIP. We can use Exelon dollars.
Okay, I think I understand. And I don't have any questions. I just want to make sure I understand. So there's $200 million over 50 years. We think that we're going to owe, $10 to $12 million a year at least for just the WIP, and that's excluding any other things that we want to use Exelon money for. And we, under the settlement, we are not actually allowed to go back to Exelon to ask them for additional dollars under the WIP, even though we haven't even come up with a finance strategy for the WIP yet, because there's a meeting on that tomorrow. That's right.
Well, the financing strategy is going to involve more and more private sector, private capital, nutrient credit trading, entrepreneurs involved. From an Exelon perspective, I would say that, again, not two bites at the apple. We would be able to come back to Exelon if, under the terms of the settlement, there was a need for increased effluent limitations or other components of the Clean Water Act. We could come to them and say, under our settlement agreement, you need to do more based on the Conowingo WIP. I think that we would need to have more discussions over, and that might fall into the not a second bite at the apple. However, there are other players involved with us on the Conowingo WIP, and more importantly, the whole strategy for the Chesapeake Bay that may convince them at the federal level or other states to get Exelon to contribute to their portion of funding for the Susquehanna River or through the Conowingo WIP. But it wouldn't be Maryland who would be leading the charge on that specific component. So I just think it's an overstatement to say Exelon is locked in at not making any more contributions for the health of the river or the Chesapeake Bay. And for the Conowingo WIP, Delegate Learman, that we have a lot of work to do to figure out how that Conowingo WIP is going to work before we finalize it this year, and also how to enhance private sector funding. We've heard loud and clear public-private partnerships, not just public sector funding for the multi-state Conowingo WIP.
Thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Secretary Gumbles, for being here. But I want to echo the chairman's sentiments about complicated, and I want to echo his sentiments about kind of going back and forth, because you think you get it, and then another piece is added, and then you're like, I don't get it, and then something else is coming in. So I just want to kind of going off Delegate Learman's question, but most importantly, what I keep hearing is that this idea of being stuck in that, okay, there's a certain amount of money that's going to be given a certain amount a year for certain type of things. So let's say the Clean Water Act, some tenets of it change, right? Within that 50 years, they would still be responsible for whatever the Clean Water Act says that they would need to do. So if something in 2 years changes, and they would be required to meet whatever that mandate is. So it's not that, yeah, this is complicated. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it feels like, for instance, certain monies are added for a certain project. It doesn't mean, because asked, it doesn't mean that Exelon wouldn't necessarily give. Does that make sense? So maybe they decide that they wanted to add more money to a certain project, although they've already given in a certain amount of money. So even though we can't ask, it doesn't mean that they can't give.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to make that point clear. Okay. The other point I want to make clear is the cost. What essentially was the cost to litigate, and what would be the potential cost to the state if this is quote unquote relitigated?
We don't mind litigating, and we don't mind fighting for the environment. There is a bit of a cost benefit analysis, as everybody knows, when you're contemplating a settlement. It's very hard for me, Delegate, to put a number on that. And depending on what FERC does, we may be back in litigation with Exelon. I don't know. What I do know is that in order to continue to make the progress that we're making for the Chesapeake Bay, we cannot spend a majority of our time in the courtroom exchanging interrogatories and having 12 attorneys from the Attorney General's office and 8 of our staff who should be providing funding for sewer systems or working with the Department of Agriculture. So that's a tough one. And we clearly, feeling that we were increasingly losing our leverage based on, at the time, 16, 18 months ago, the Hoopa Valley federal decision, we truly believed that we really needed to reach some type of mutually acceptable settlement with Exelon so that we would not be in a worse situation a year later. But it's a valid consideration. Is a settlement in hand worth 4 more years of litigation or 5? I don't know. I really don't know.
Honest, we have a cash-strapped state and we still have people who can't get, unemployment insurance. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just asking. But the other question I have is, and I think it's going to be my final question, is the FERC comes back, let's say next week, and they decide that this is okay, but we would like you and Exelon to do X number of things. And so it sounds like, I can't speak for Exelon, but it sounds like you would be open to make whatever those changes are, hopefully, if they're agreeable to Exelon, and then just move forward.
Well, I think so to accurately answer that question, I would want to turn to the settlement. There are quite a few paragraphs in the settlement that refer to situations where FERC makes changes. And you're right, there's absolutely in the settlement agreement a commitment on the part of MDE to work in good faith and for Exelon to work in good faith to see whether or not modifications could be made that were mutually satisfactory. And if they're not, then the process would play out and it might lead to asking FERC to resolve the differences, or we could end up going back to square one litigation and or maybe back to our 2018 water quality certification. But that's not our preferred approach right now.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing you say is you would rather relitigate based on a FERC recommendation than because of this bill.
We think it's really important to see where FERC comes down as the federal agency that really is, they're the licensing entity, so they hold a lot of the cards, and we would like to see where they come down. And this is Maryland. We absolutely agree with the sentiment of all of the members, Democrat and Republican, that we really need to make dramatic progress with the Conowingo problem, hold Exelon accountable, and also send an example to the other states that as one of the biggest pieces to the puzzle of Chesapeake Bay restoration, the Conowingo, we've got to have a good strong plan. So I think first step is to finally somehow convince FERC to make a decision and then go from there, and then work through that and continue to get public sentiment and comments along the way as to how to deal with this.
Okay, my last question is are there projects being potentially held up due to not only the FERC waiting for the decision of FERC, but potential funds that would be used to begin certain projects?
Yes, we agreed to this settlement over 15 months ago. It included some very important provisions to begin making changes to the flow regime of the whole river system, so there wouldn't be fits and spurts, more ecologically acceptable. A lot of provisions relating to nutrient and sediment, DI and upstream pollution prevention. None of those.
Yeah, I know other people. I know other people want questions, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
The last three questions will be Jacobs, Stewart, and Healy in that order.
Jacobs first.
Jacobs first. Try to keep it under 5 hours.
Well, I'll try, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, appreciate you being there today, answering some questions, but this lease initially expired in 2014, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so negotiations actually started before 2014. That was the expiration of the current lease. So, it's optimistic to hope that something's going to happen next week, but the bottom line is they've been getting a 1-year extension since 2014, according to the deal. Is that correct?
And we don't appreciate just the extensions without taking real and positive action. So the delay between 2014 and 2015 was on MDE doing the studies funded in part by Exelon on water quality with the university and developing a strong legally and scientifically defensible water quality certificate. So, but this issue has been mired in policy and potential litigation over the last 8 years or 7 years at least.
I'd say that it started in 2012 because I was here then and I remember the beginning of the negotiations. But, you know, none of the states have agreed to the Conowingo WIP plan at this point. I mean, all of the private sector, private partner deals that you're talking about are all in speculation. That's hopeful down the road. Isn't that true?
Well, they have all agreed to the development of the Conowingo WIP. And as is always the case, when you have many separate sovereign jurisdictions involved in something, they want to see how it will be funded and what the specific components of the final plan would be. And
but they haven't agreed.
Yeah.
They haven't agreed to a number, any state at this point.
Well, no, that's not true. The states did agree. Most of the states agreed to a number that EPA assigned them, and also to a share of the $53 million, the estimated $53 million a year. But I'm sure that will still be under discussion as the year unfolds.
That's like entry fee into this game, that 53 million. But my last question, Mr. Chairman, I know you want to get moving with this, but you know, in 2018. MDE came up with a good plan, you know, for the Exelon to get their water quality certificate. I thought it was a good plan you put together, and it was going to cost $172 million a year. Pretty much took care of every one of our issues. And a year later, you settled for a deal for $200 million total over 50 years. And so I know you've been trying to dress this thing up this afternoon, but I got all the numbers on where the money's going to go over 50 years, and it's just woefully short. It's just not, it's not adequate to deal with the adversities that can potentially happen. I mean, what happens to my district if we have a storm like Agnes next year or 5 years from now? What happens to the Upper Bay under this deal?
Right, which is why, Delegate, we have agreed to be leaders with the other states on factoring in additional provisions for climate on the overall Chesapeake Bay, TMDL. That's going to be important, and why it's very important to have some agreement with Exelon as we face increasing costs over the next few years. If we continue to be in litigation while we're at a critical stage of developing the plan to get to the 2025 goal and beyond, factoring in climate change through 2035, there's something to be said about having an upfront commitment from Exelon to do much more than they had ever done before. But I respect your opinion to disagree and to say that the settlement is inadequate and there needs to be much more. It's a policy decision. We feel that we feel it's very important to see where FERC is going to come down on the settlement agreement before you pull back the settlement agreement legislatively.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll leave it there. I could go a lot further, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate. Good questions. Delegate Stewart, and then Healy, and then we have 4 more bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as quick as possible. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, again for coming. It's always a pleasure to hear from you.
Thank you.
So my question is just following up on what Chairman Barbay was actually talking about earlier with regards to the new administration. You just mentioned at the end of the last question that Delegate Jacobs asked about how you want a decision from FERC before we do anything legislatively. It seems pretty likely that on July 1, when the majority will turn over on FERC, it seems pretty likely the new majority will be more pro-Bay than the current composition. So my question is, isn't it insane to want a FERC decision now rather than waiting until the summer when we have what will presumably be a composition that's going to be much more favorable to us?
I don't know. It's hard for me to predict read the tea leaves at the federal level as it is at the state level. I would say our
Don't
only
sell
hope
yourself
is that
short on that.
Yeah, we hope that the FERC does embrace the environmental aspects of a license. We agree that it is a 50-year license for the Conowingo is hugely important. The settlement we presented, we stand behind, but we also recognize that FERC, just like the committee that I'm speaking to, it will come to its own decision, and I want us to be prepared to respond appropriately and continue to make progress on the Conowingo.
Okay, sure. But I just pressing on that point. Sorry, I can't let it go. So let's assume that we can read the tea leaves. And I'll just say, as you know, I won't make you speculate. I'll speculate. I'm going to speculate that President Biden's appointees are going to be more pro-Bay than President Trump's appointees are. I'm just going to make that speculation myself. If that assumption is correct, wouldn't we be better off with this bill to slow the process down and wait longer for a FERC decision into the summer or the fall or into 2022 when that majority that I'm assuming is more pro-Bay, if I'm right, takes place?
I appreciate your point. I think it's good for the policymakers at the state level to benefit fully from where the federal agency is going to come down. And the other federal agency, the EPA, is going to be very aggressive and committed, I'm sure, to the Conowingo factor. So I think those are good points to make. And I also think it's very important to find ways to get every responsible party in the private sector to do more while they can, even if the settlement is not yet approved legally by FERC. Look at ways to continue to invest even more, consistent with the spirit of our settlement agreement, to position the Bay and the state of Maryland well to when FERC does make a decision on the Conowingo relicensing.
That's actually a great segue to my last question, Mr. Chairman, which is that does Exelon pay any rent for their use of the Susquehanna?
Rent for their use of the Susquehanna.
They have exclusive use.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is to ask Exelon on that. I don't want to misstate or mischaracterize it.
And do they pay property taxes?
We can have, you know what, Delegate, we can have that. Delegate Healy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to repeat what everybody else says. We have great respect for you and your position. I was interested when you started your presentation, you said that it was a mischaracterization to say that the settlement waives the state's right to what is it that we're waiving and what is it we're not waiving? Because you're kind of general about we didn't waive everything, but
Delegate,
is this about the enforcement of the Federal Clean Water Act? And
no, it is not. From my perspective, it's not about enforcement of the Federal Clean Water Act. It is about what we agreed is that we would not use Section 401 again as a second bite at the apple. But as I mentioned in the settlement agreement, we have the provisions of adaptive management where we can go back and seek to modify the settlement based on a need to use other provisions of the Clean Water Act for more stringent effluent limitations or for other provisions relating to water quality standards and climate change. So basically, one of the points of the settlement was we agreed, okay, it's finally, we've got a legally enforceable agreement with Exelon contractually, and also once FERC incorporates into the license, the articles of this key articles of the settlement, we will not try to use other laws for a second bite at the apple for those particular
Well, what do you mean
provisions.
exactly by that? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, what do you mean by a second bite at the apple? If they're responsible for pollution and we're
Right.
giving up our right to hold them responsible for
We're
something?
not giving up our right to hold them responsible. And that's important. And we are absolutely reserving our right to take whatever actions we need to protect public health and the environment.
So what does you,
What
what do
we're
you mean?
what
when-
we're basically saying is we're not going to use the 401 process 3 years from now to say, you know what, you needed to actually have done even more under Section 401. It would have to be through other mechanisms or through provisions that.
But didn't
other
you just
laws-
say that, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, trying to understand this, but didn't you just said that you're also precluded from using other laws to get to the same goal? So it seems like you're saying, I'm just.
No,
not
we're two things. One, we're precluded from using other laws to get a second bite at the apple with regard to some aspect of the settlement agreement. However,
Which is what specifically?
well, through Section 401, the water quality certification, we could say, you know what, we've decided that we need to change the flow regime through that, or we need to require you to do more with respect to the submerged aquatic vegetation under
So this is,
401.
and this is, I'm sorry, but this is for 50 years. It's not just for a couple years. So things can change over the next 10 years or 20 years. And we've given up our ability to go back and say, this isn't working.
No, we haven't given up our ability to go back, but we certainly, in order to get a mutually acceptable settlement, we've limited it to circumstances, to conditions. So that was part of the negotiation, part of the discussion. I think it represents a good balance, a strong balance. And I am mentioning to members of the committee that there are other, we can always rely as a state that jealously guards its authority to protect public health and the environment. We could point to that provision, that savings clause, if we needed to. And, you know, in terms of reopeners for purposes of climate change, we, I believe, could revisit some of these components. But it's, I think this is also going to be one of the things that FERC looks at because they're the federal licensing authority, and the hydropower interests want as much certainty and predictability as possible during these long-term commitments. But I'm encouraged that through EPA, through FERC, through other states, there will be some opportunities for revisiting if we need to. But right now, the settlement is it limits our ability to certain circumstances. We can provide you more information on that. You and other committee members appreciate that.
Okay, well, this
Thank you.
isn't the end of a conversation. Thank you, Secretary Grumbles, for making this presentation to us. Thank you to all the presenters on this bill and to the members of this committee. This ends the public hearing on House Bill 427. It is 10 minutes after 5, and we begin House Bill 455. Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Try to make this one a little bit quicker. All right. For the record, this Delegate Jacobs presenting House Bill 455. It's a agricultural processing of poultry litter for alternative use. This legislation, HB 455, is for the purpose of requiring the processing of poultry litter for a certain alternative use and to meet certain requirements as listed in the legislation as follows. Alternative use means the use of poultry litter and other or other animal manure in an environmentally acceptable way other than by direct land application in an unprocessed form as determined by the department. The alternative use must convert the phosphorus content of unprocessed poultry litter to a form that is not soluble in water and therefore incapable of promoting aquatic algae growth. Retain the phosphorus in a form that may be converted by natural activity of soil-resistant microorganisms to be available to plants. Retain a high nutrient value of poultry litter, and any noxious odor from poultry litter shall be eliminated early in the process. An alternative use product resulting from processing of poultry litter may be transported off the Delmarva Peninsula. And also, I want to add before one of the owners of the company that processes this, the major obstacle for them is the expansion has proven to be a permitting problem for the production facility because the system doesn't have precedent. And so there's confusion at local jurisdictions on how to categorize or define this type of activity in local codes. So right now they're calling it a manure shed, which really is not. So that's why I think what they're trying to achieve with this bill. I also want to say that this bill we heard last year passed out of the committee unanimous by all the members present, and also out of the House of Delegates off the floor, unanimous by all the members present. It's in the exact form it was last year. And one of the my constituents and owners of the company will be up next to talk about some details.
Okay, let's go to them. Dennis Rasmussen. Mr. Rasmussen?
Yeah, he is not in the waiting room.
Okay, Anthony Biddle. Okay, Anthony, you need to unmute yourself. Here, I even have a cup that says it.
I see it. Very nice. And you have to write that backwards too. I'm impressed.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thanks for your time. I am Tony Biddle. I'm managing member of Mid-Atlantic Microbials. We're a Maryland company founded 5 years ago with the sole purpose of developing a solution to the problem of chicken manure on the Eastern Shore. And so we create a soil amendment using soil biology science, which now I'm happy to say now recognized by the Healthy Soils Act in 2017. And over that time, we have, in fact, achieved a lot of our basic goals. And as Delegate Jacobs pointed out, the process converts phosphorus to a form that algae can't eat. It's simple as that. And so therefore, we don't create algae blooms. But farmers still have use of the phosphorus to maintain their yields, and growers avoid transportation costs because why? Because all of this is done on the grower's site. So now we have one model site. It's a commercial scale selling product, with successful projects and trials with crop farmers, greenhouses, landscapers, and in fact, the Department of Natural Resources. And we have growers interested in our program, and we need to expand to new sites. And therein lies the problem, which has simply been, as Delegate Jacobs pointed out, there is no standing definition of what we do in local permitting rules. And so we confound the process, and it drags on and it never gets to the right conclusion. So this bill would define us as an alternative use, which would provide a much needed reference point to local authorities. I mean, we've got it straight from the horse's mouth. And given what we do, I think we certainly qualify as an alternative use. So we ask for your favorable reading of this. And by the way, if any language in the bill clouds this legislative intent, we are welcome to amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Anne, do you have a question, or does your hand up is that left over from the last bill?
That was leftover. I'm sorry, I forgot to.
Okay. Anyone have a question for the sponsor or the witness on this bill that we passed? Did we pass it unanimously, Jay? Okay. All right, signed up in opposition, Holly Porter on behalf of the Delmarva Chicken Association. Holly, welcome back to the committee.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. So my name is Holly Porter. I'm the Executive Director for the Delmarva Chicken Association. And while we are in support, full support of alternative uses for chicken litter, we do oppose this bill. And I will clarify that while we did not testify in opposition last year, we were not necessarily in support of the bill even last year and had discussions with the bill sponsor. Over the years, we've written numerous letters of support for different research projects to county planning, zoning, other commissions, or other councils. We are very, very supportive, and we want to see as many alternative use options as is feasible, as this will help increase the demand for litter, which I have to say is not a waste, but a value-added product that is an organic, slow-release fertilizer, very beneficial for healthy soils. However, with the way that this bill is currently written, we believe this would actually limit the number of alternative use projects, as it's very prescriptive and it very much is close in defining what is an alternative use. As a matter of fact, I think it would only define this company as an alternative user. We need to have lots of projects in Maryland, not less. And as was mentioned in the fiscal note, this could limit new businesses from coming into Maryland or those that might apply for manure transport or the Animal Waste Technology Fund. At this moment in time, beyond hearing more about this company, we don't believe there are other commercially viable options that meet these very specific criteria. We understand that it appears everyone is open to amendments, and we look forward to having those discussions and trying to better understand, again, as this seems to be a local permitting issue, why we would need the state-specific law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Delmarva Chicken Association? If not, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 455. Let's proceed to House Bill 458. Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and all of my wonderful friends on the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Michelle Guyton, and it's great to be in front of you today. I am so sorry that you had such a long day, so I will try to make mine short. I'm here to present and ask for your consideration of House Bill 458. This bill requires each jurisdiction to provide a copy of an official policy of best practices for park behavior by visitors to the parks and natural areas as a requirement for receiving project open space funding. So these policies should include guidelines to do the following. Very simple. Limit damage to natural areas. Limit trash pollution of natural areas and waterways. Limit the disturbance of wildlife, and educate the public in basic trail courtesy. The guidelines in this bill are modeled after the very popular national Leave No Trace program we use in our national parks, although the bill allows autonomy to the counties to develop their own policies. So requiring that jurisdictions create these policies in order to access project open space funds will help create a culture of stewardship for our parks and natural areas. The recent shutdown this year has shown us the value of our parks and open spaces, but it honestly has also led to a great deal of damage and destruction to them. As numbers of visitors, many of them first-time visitors, which is awesome, have increased dramatically. For example, the visitorship to Baltimore County parks, where I serve, is up 224% over last year. And while these are terrific statistics for our population, and I'm a huge proponent, of outdoor activities for families in particular, the natural areas have paid a price, unfortunately. So I co-chair a work group to alleviate some of these issues along the Gunpowder River and the NCR Trail in Baltimore County. And as a part of that work, we've reached out to county and other jurisdictions to see how they were handling increased usership and the associated problems. So in doing so, we found a lack of consistent guidance to educate users, and that was very surprising. So some counties, I want to say, are doing this very, very well. So kudos to Caroline County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and Queen Anne's counties. Those would be required to make absolutely no changes if this bill were to pass. And Baltimore City does a great job. They would only need to make one tiny tweak in their policy to be compliant for open space funding under this bill. Unfortunately, we found, however, that only 13 of our 24 jurisdictions have any consistent park policies about stewardship at all, and the majority of those only apply to littering. So this bill was actually suggested by a work group member whom you will hear from involved in conservation advocacy. So I sincerely hope that you will give a favorable report to House Bill 458 to encourage counties to protect the precious resources and better steward the public lands, simply by requiring that they have these policies on the books in order to receive Project Open Space funding. Thank you very much for your time. And I'm happy to pass it on to my panel or answer questions.
Well, you have one person signed up, Donald Callahan, and then we'll proceed to the opponents of the bill.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Callahan.
Yes, good afternoon. I live in Cockeysville in Baltimore County, and when visiting the parks and trails nearby, I've witnessed the negative impact of uninformed and careless visitors there and in outdoor places throughout the state. Public access to local streams and trails brings with it damage to stream banks and vegetation, littering, crowding, heavy traffic, and other impacts that degrade these outdoor spaces. Last October, as Delegate Guyton pointed out, she invited me to participate in a work group that included my state and county representatives, those from state and county agencies, business and property owners who live nearby, to try to come up with solutions to address conflicts and public safety issues resulting from limited parking capacity and overcrowding at the Moncton Station area. Made more problematic, as she pointed out, by the record number of visitors desperate to find outdoor spaces during COVID restrictions. Became obvious to all of us that there was no simple solution and that misinformed or negligent behavior by visitors was the root cause of the problem. HB 458 is designed to create consistent expectations of visitors to all recreation and park facilities throughout the state. Under program open space, the required annual local plans traditionally focus on the physical infrastructure of park and recreation land and facilities, with little emphasis on public interaction in these outdoor places. If this bill is adopted, each jurisdiction could readily include a section on public engagement as part of their annual program of proposed projects under program open space. Each recreation and park facility would then have uniform public outreach designed to teach people to make informed and ethical choices in the outdoors. While this bill would require each jurisdiction to develop a new policy, this would not be burdensome. There are many resources available, including Leave No Trace Center for Outdoor Ethics, which Maryland Park Service has a partnership agreement. I ask favorable report for this bill.
Okay, the vice chair has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Delegate, I certainly appreciate the rationale for this, and I understand with a lot more visitors to our parks, which is it shows that parks are a great asset, but that there have been these unintended consequences. My question is, would a local jurisdiction, in addition to preparing these best practices or visitor guidelines, would they also have to show that they're actually enforcing them?
In this bill, they do not. They need to have these policies on the books. And we are hoping that that'll move the needle toward actual enforcement. And more importantly for this bill actually is education. That's really what this is about, rather than compliance and enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Delegate Boyce.
Very quickly, thank you so much, Delegate Guyton. I just want to be clear about what you mentioned. Funding will be dependent on whether or not one has a policy in place?
So to apply, yes. So to apply, what this bill does is, in order to apply for Project Open Space funding, each county has to have to Department of Natural Resources their policy on file. They don't have to submit it for every project. They just need to show that they have one.
And if they don't, it could limit funding, impede funding, they don't get funding.
Well, we'd like to see this as a requirement of the application.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is, and it's not an onerous task at all, but what we're asking, we believe.
Any other questions? Dana, you still have your hand up. Okay. All righty. That's it for the sponsor and her witness. Let's go to the unfavorable. Alex Butler with MACO, and then Steve Miller with the Association of County Park and Recreation Administrators. We'll start with Alex Butler.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Alex Butler with Maryland Association of Counties, here in opposition to House Bill 458. The policy required under the bill is duplicative in many ways of existing policies and procedures and ordinances already present at the local level. And I'm happy to send some of those along to the committee. We do not believe local jurisdictions should have to develop a new and prescriptive policy and potentially have program open space funds withheld if they're unable to comply. Our parks were overrun with new visitors during the initial stages of the pandemic. It was tough to manage every single situation, but our parks people rose to the challenges, taking their time and resources to formulate a new and potentially duplicative policy to receive POS funds is not necessary, and we ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 5/458. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next we'll go to Steve Miller.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and delegates. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Steve Miller. I'm the director for Wycomico County Recreation Parks, but I'm here representing the MACO affiliate, the Recreation Parks affiliate known as MACPRA. We can appreciate the intent of the bill. I think we of all people can appreciate good behavior in our parks, both on the local level and on the state level. And we did, as noted through the pandemic, notice massive increases in park visitation and just how important the parks were. So we can appreciate the intent here of better behavior in parks, and we of all people would want that. However, MACPRO, our association, is opposed to the bill for two primary reasons. One, as Mr. Butler just shared, many of the park agencies already have behavior policies in place or park rules in place. And we feel like simply requiring a policy to be written without addressing enforcement or any kind of resources for enforcement doesn't really accomplish a whole lot here, as far as what we're really after is improved behavior. So we don't feel this is necessary, and we feel it can be ineffective. More importantly, the second objection is tying this to program open space. There are already requirements to be eligible for open space. Program open space is a critical lifeline for us to develop our park systems and to keep them healthy and active. And we feel like the current requirements for open space are sufficient, so we don't feel additional requirements are necessary. So for that reason, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Any questions? Delegate Gilchrist. Jim, you need to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So right now, every 5 years, there's an LPRP.
That's correct.
And is some of this addressed in there already? Is that what you're saying?
I'd be happy to address that if I may. So we are required to be eligible for program open space. We are required to produce every 5 years the land preservation plan, the LPPRP. It does not specifically have guidelines related to park behavior policy. It does address natural resource conservation and capital improvement plans and needs for parks and gaps in service and those types of things, but not specific to park behavior.
There was a recent change to have counties and maybe municipalities, when they look at available parkland, it used to be like a certain number of acres per population, per amount of population, but it's been changed to sort of shift that around a little. So would that be part of this process?
Yes, the DNR has changed the way you measure whether or not you've met land acquisition goals, and that at one time that was the 30,000. That metric was used, and DNR's moved away from that metric. So it's a different way of measuring how you meet your park record or your land acquisition goals.
So if places are being overrun, it suggests maybe, well, I mean, we have a whole different situation because of COVID, but if there's too many people showing up, that suggests maybe we don't have enough park space.
I think you might conclude that. I think also one of the issues that I know many counties face is just the ability to enforce if a park has a mass amount of people attend.
You know, I actually think we're off the topic of the bill, so let's not pursue that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Any other questions on House Bill 458? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on this bill. Let's go to House Bill 503, Delegate Young. Delegate Young out there?
We did that bill earlier.
We already Chairman, yeah, that was moved to the first bill.
Oh, was that? Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. Then the last bill of the evening is House Bill 512, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am afraid I stand between the committee and dinner, so that does worry me a bit, but I will try to be as focused as possible.
Not the subcommittee chairs. They have more work to do with.
Okay, well, we'll move things right along then. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and colleagues, I am pleased to present to you House Bill 512. It extends co-smart siting and design criteria from state buildings and roads to private development. I am bringing this bill back from last year. It had a good hearing in the committee, but was not voted on. So we've already discussed a number of bills 3 weeks into session on flooding and resiliency. And this committee knows the problems very well associated with more frequent and severe storms, sea level rise, and the problems that those are creating in Maryland, especially in coastal communities. The bill recognizes those risks. It tries to mitigate them by applying siting and design criteria for new private development in sensitive areas. Before I go into the details of the bill, I really want to emphasize something. It's very important. The goal of this legislation is absolutely not to stop new construction. It is to lessen the loss of property and life associated with flooding and storm surge in Maryland. And it does this by requiring that the development review process at the local level ensure developers have applied the siting and design criteria that were actually originally developed by a DNR advisory committee known as the Co-Smart Council. So there is no confusion about what those criteria look like, I have submitted a copy of the Co-Smart checklist. I encourage you all to take a look at it. It's in the testimony. And I want to emphasize with this checklist, there is no reason at all to reinvent the criteria. They can be applied with minor tweaks to private development. So a little bit of background, the Co-Smart Council was established in 2014. And then in 2018, our colleague Delegate Stein passed a bill requiring those Co-Smart design and siting standards to be applied to building and road projects where the state of Maryland has invested $500,000 or more. HB 512 will extend those criteria to private development and redevelopment in shoreline areas and areas subject to nuisance flooding. It applies to buildings that cost more than $100,000 and that disturb 1 acre or more of land. It would be administered by DNR, but I am open to MDE's suggestion in its written testimony that it is in a good position to support DNR on this. And the developer would have to fill out the siting and design checklist, which would be looked at as part of a county or municipal development review process. So why do we need this bill? It's because, as you all know, Maryland is very susceptible to sea level rise. Global warming is causing that. We have very low-lying areas in Maryland and they are sinking. A 2018 analysis by the Union of Concerned Scientists that used property data from Zillow and 3 models, 3 NOAA models on sea level rise, estimated that if we do not act to control rising seas, by 2045, 14,000 of today's residential properties in Maryland, in our state, this is specific to Maryland, Those properties are home to 23,000 people. They will be at risk of chronic flooding in a little over 20 years. Based on 2018 values, those properties are worth $3.6 billion, and they contribute $31 million a year in property taxes. Very briefly, over the next 30 years, there are 3 communities on the Eastern Shore in particular where 85% or more of the homes are at risk of chronic flooding. And those are Madison in Dorchester County, Smith Island in Somerset, and Asbury in Caroline. That would wipe out the property tax base in those communities. As we talked about earlier, flooding does not know boundaries, and it doesn't discriminate between residential and commercial development. By 2045, more than 600 of Maryland's commercial properties assessed at $49 million would also experience chronic flooding. Some opponents will argue that CoSmart standards were never intended to be applied to private development. My response is the legislature took the responsible first step of applying the criteria to state projects. We cannot, in good conscience, limit such laws to only government projects. And with that, I ask for a favorable report.
Okay. We have sign up in favor, Eric Fisher, Matt Pluta, Caitlin Schmidt in favor. So why don't we take the 3 of you and then we'll go to questions. So starting with Eric Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman Barbe, members of the committee, good evening. CBF is here in support of this bill for the reasons stated by the sponsor and those that will follow me. I wanted to speak briefly to some planning and management considerations in the bill. Quite simply, our flood-prone areas are on the move in Maryland. Our current round of flood maps was considered outdated in less than 20 years of use. They're being used to guide development that will last 50 years or more. The simple math on that is that without this bill, we will be putting a lot of new development in flood-prone areas that are not built to flood standards. This is going to be tough to explain down the road to the people who live in those buildings, work in those buildings, invest in those buildings, especially since we have an existing process that can be built out to accommodate this legislation. There is already a floodplain ordinance in every county. There is already floodplain development review in every county in Maryland. What this bill simply does is provide baseline requirements to check off during these reviews. So while this process is in place, statewide action is needed to set these baseline expectations. A flood, unfortunately, is almost always a statewide disaster, even if it is a localized impact. Financially and environmentally, these consequences are felt across the state. Cleanup and recovery is a long and costly process that burdens state and federal budgets, and even proactive work to mitigate substandard structures is heavily subsidized dollar for dollar statewide with counties. Unfortunately, only 9 county programs are in a place to qualify for flood insurance discounts, and only 4 of our flood mitigation programs qualify in the top 400. This is in a state with over 7,000 miles of coastline. For climate, for public safety, and for water quality, we urge your favorable report on this bill.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Matt Pluta.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Pluta, and I'm the Choptank Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers, located on Maryland's Eastern Shore. The intent of this bill is to make sure that certain private construction projects are built to withstand the impacts of sea level rise and coastal flooding through the entire life design of that project. I'm testifying in favor of this bill because every building and structure built in these vulnerable areas that is not designed to offset the impacts of sea level rise or coastal flooding will put water quality of our rivers at risk by more pollution. It puts our communities and landowners at risk from property damage, and it puts our counties and local governments at risk from the fiscal responsibility of disaster relief. You're likely going to hear from the opponents today that this bill will add cost to the developers and to local governments. However, we all know that the true cost with all of this comes in the form of disaster relief after the fact. According to a 2018 report by the National Institute of Building Sciences, every $1 spent in mitigation efforts, like those proposed in this bill, saves $6 in future property damage and from the direct interruption to businesses when flooding occurs. When properties are damaged and business operations are interrupted, pollution in our rivers is one of the results. If the state invests properly on mitigation now, it will save on the cost of bailout later. You'll also likely hear from the opponents that this bill will bring confusion to the developers. I want to point out at this time the informational memo that was submitted with our draft or with our testimony. And in that memo is a table that explains what the siting and design criteria are that we're actually talking about. And in summary, I'll highlight those. First, the design criteria require a project to be designed to minimize future impacts over the design life of the project. Not a lot to ask. Second, a project must have 2 feet of freeboard if built within the climate ready action boundary, and flooding potential must be considered when choosing building materials. Second, the siting guidelines require projects to avoid areas to the maximum extent practical that will be inundated by sea level rise and protect the structures from damage and loss of access. I'm running out of time here, but I will say that yes, this is a big move, but it's not unprecedented and it's really badly needed. Listening to the earlier hearings about the Office of Climate Change, I think this committee realizes that climate change is coming fast and hard. And for that, I urge
Thank
you to
you.
the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin, you're next.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Schmidt, and I'm a policy analyst at the Center for Progressive Reform here in support of House Bill 512. Scientists have warned that flooding has and will continue to worsen over the next several years and decades in Maryland due to climate change. Precipitation intensity has dramatically increased, and Bay scientists project a greater than 3% increase in rainfall volumes by 2025, more than doubling again by 2055. In the last 6 years, we've seen multiple 0.1% chance probability storms hit places like Ellicott City and Baltimore City. And in 2016, one storm was estimated to have caused $22.4 million in damages to Ellicott City alone. According to NOAA tide gauges, sea levels have risen about 13 inches over the last 100 years. And the likely range of sea level rise in Maryland from 2000 to 2050 is 0.8 to 1.6 feet, with a 1 in 20 chance of sea level rise exceeding 2 feet. Yet just 1 foot of sea level rise in Maryland would equate to $2.5 billion in property damages and close to 400 miles of roads damaged. Likewise, the average number of days with high tide flooding in coastal cities and towns around Maryland has increased by more than 75% since 2000. House Bill 512 increases the state's overall resilience to modern day storm-related flooding and sea level rise by ensuring fiscally wise investments when developers want to build or rebuild in vulnerable coastal areas. Through the help of the Coast Smart Council, Maryland has already created the science-backed rules that govern development of state-funded projects in coastal and flood-prone areas. State agencies and local jurisdictions are already working together on their implementation. However, the vast majority of development that affects Marylanders and their environment is private and exempted from these regulations. An estimated 96% of the state's coastal land is privately owned. House Bill 512 builds off existing frameworks, processes, and tools for easier implementation. A number of local governments have already adopted similar development restrictions in Maryland. Without proactive rules in place to prevent these harms from new development, the state will continue to dole out taxpayer dollars related to emergency response and recovery, and business owners and homeowners will continue to face the brunt of this damage. House Bill 512 would ensure that our modern day problems of coastal flooding and sea level rise are adequately mitigated for future development. I urge the committee to adopt a favorable report.
Okay, are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this is for the sponsor or any of the advocates. Or maybe it was Caitlin, you said that some localities have already adopted building standards that reflect increased flooding risk, rising sea level, et cetera. Has there been widespread adoption in vulnerable areas, or has it been more limited?
I will take the first shot at that. I have heard mostly through the advocates about Ocean City recently taking action or contemplating action. I believe Baltimore City may have some standards, but I would like to ask either Ms. Schmidt or Mr. Pluta or Mr. Fisher to take that question.
So I can just echo what Delegate Lehman said, in that both Baltimore City and Ocean City actually has adopted very, very similar criteria to what we're asking for here. So we don't think that this is much of a stretch for especially those vulnerable cities.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up. Other counties, municipalities that are vulnerable or in low-lying areas, have they, to your knowledge, have they adopted these or not so much?
Not as far as my research has taken me, but I'm happy to pass it to another panelist if others feel free to chime in.
We can have staff find out. Delegate Healy. Delegate Healy?
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Delegate Lehman, my question is about redevelopment in older communities. I would hate to see something that discourages redevelopment because of adding a layer of more expense to making it happen. Because we know we have communities that are very old and some of them are close to waterways and have had to deal with flooding in the past, and they've mitigated and they've done what they needed to do to continue to occupy. But does this apply to $100,000 in our area? Isn't very much. Even a small house is $100,000.
Yes, thank you for the question, Delegate Healy. So it is meant as drafted. The idea is to exempt smaller projects. The $100,000 threshold is the same threshold we had in the bill last year, and that does cover new development and redevelopment. If you think about maybe a tear down situation, recall that this is a statewide bill. So you make a fair point about the cost of construction, that it could be potentially a lot more than that, but that's not true in all communities. For example, potentially in some of the communities I described on the Eastern Shore, where 85% of homes that are currently there are at high risk of flooding. Construction costs would be a little bit lower there. I am open to a potential amendment on that, on increasing that threshold. I did have an amendment last year that I was prepared to present in committee. Again, we never voted on this bill, increasing that threshold to 250,000. So I am open to that consideration, and I'm grateful for the question.
Thank you.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to override the FEMA maps, and in the FEMA maps for flooding, that's significant in that if you have to have federal flood insurance, nobody's going to lend you money to construct unless you're meeting the criteria. And we had a lot of reconstruction after Superstorm Sandy, including Smith Island, which some wanted to just buy them out and take them off of there, and they still want a community. So I think they have challenges to meet these construction obligations already, and I don't see where we need another layer of it.
Delegate Otto, thank you for that, sharing that concern. In terms of your specific questions about floodplain maps, I'd like to ask either Mr. Fisher or Mr. Pluta to answer that.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Delegate Otto. This would supplement some existing construction standards for the floodplain, but it doesn't deal with the need to require flood insurance to obtain financing, and it does not change the FEMA maps themselves for other regulatory purposes.
Well, let me just follow up on Delegate Otto's question. I mean, the implication of Delegate Otto's question is these properties won't be able to get any insurance, and so they won't be built.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, is that I say this respectfully, isn't that so question, or?
No, I mean, he didn't, that's the question that Delegate Otto asked, and it wasn't answered, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're trying to rephrase Delegate Otto's question.
Yeah.
I disagree, but if Mr. Fisher or Mr. Pluta wants to weigh in.
Could I restate the question so that I'm sure I understand it?
What the hell? We're all doing it, aren't we?
Is the question that this may not be necessary because existing regulations prevent development in these areas?
No, I think what Delegate Otto is trying to get at, and I don't know if he's right or not, which is why I'd like an answer, is I think he was trying to get at the notion that this would shut down certain developments if they couldn't get insurance. I think that's what he was trying to get at. Now, that's what I was hoping somebody could respond to, because
and Mr. Chairman, more importantly, the financing. unless these good folks want to let
Right.
a couple hundred, 300,000.
I would just say, and I don't, I don't have expertise in insurance and financing, but I think the answer is with the checklist, that if the developer can go through that checklist and answer those questions satisfactorily and can mitigate whatever concerns arise from the checklist, which is essentially a worksheet to say, have you considered this? Have you considered that? Will you have outdoor, mechanical and electrical systems that you might need to move, back or move higher? Depending on the way that checklist, that worksheet is answered, they would mitigate, maybe set the building back further, site it differently. And by addressing those things, then they should be able to get insurance and financing. It's if they don't, where I think they would run into trouble.
Well, okay, Delegate, I guess you answered the question. Any other questions? Delegate Otto, are you done? Or do you have your hand up still? Okay, you're done.
Please read the checklist, everyone.
Okay.
Be eye-opening.
Delegate Weigel, are you only now showing up? What's up with this?
I'm just finished with my nap for you.
Okay.
Joking. Just a question. I heard you say Smith Island would be one of the areas covered by this. So if I build a house on an island, wouldn't I have the expectation of water? Isn't that so?
I'm sorry, wouldn't you have the expectation of what, Delegate?
If I build on an island, would I not have an expectation that water at some point is going to be at or near my home? If I'm building on an island? And didn't you say your bill covered Smith Island?
I don't think you can.
I did not say specifically that it covers Smith Island, although since it's an island, presumably it would. I actually cited Smith Island.
No, I believe Smith Island was one of the 3 places you mentioned in your testimony.
I did. I cited it as one of the most at-risk communities in the state of Maryland, where currently, the homes that exist right now, Delegate Weigel, 85% of them in the next 30 years are expected to be chronically flooding. And then I mentioned 2 other Eastern Shore communities. That was the context in which I brought up Smith Island.
Okay, thank you.
Whoops, Delegate Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doug Lehman, question, when the Coast Smart ordinances were developed, a lot of that ordinance had to do with roads also and bridges, not just buildings and structures right on the water line. Would this bill affect people with their driveways or maybe roads? Because sometimes people that live on the water have, fairly long driveways to get to their houses. And would that affect their ability to have to over-engineer them or make them meet up to the Coast Smart standards? And just for a little clarification, I served on that subcommittee with the critical area when them ordinances were written. And I asked Margaret McHale how many years she thought it would be before it got converted over to residential at that time. And I was closer. I told her 10. She said, no, this is just for state and buildings and roads. I said, no. But wouldn't that affect the driveways and things also?
It does not get into that level of specificity with the bill as it is drafted. If there is a nearby public road and this construction or reconstruction project affects that road, if the developer is required to make improvements to that road, then I guess that potentially could trigger that. I would assume something like a driveway, excuse me, is part of the property, but it doesn't talk about mitigation measures for roads or driveways with respect to private development.
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the regulations had said something about parking lots and things like that too. It's been a long time. I could be wrong, but I would like to check that. Wouldn't you say that's a good idea?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea for you to go and check that out individually on your own. That's a great homework assignment for you.
Okay, as soon as I wake up, I'll do that.
All right. All right. I think that's it for the proponents. Now we have two opponents, Alex Butler with Mako and Tom Valentine. Oh, Regina, I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
Yes, very quick. Yes, very quick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Chairman. No, it's okay. So, and I don't know if so I have been studying as much as I can insurance as it relates to flooding. And I have one question about this bill as it relates to urban flooding, because what I have learned is that FEMA does not capture urban flooding. And so everybody builds their plans from these maps, and some of these communities are not included that now have been flooding given infrastructure, infrastructure that's kind of caught up with, unfortunately, our rain events. And so I'm wondering, since these maps don't capture those areas, and yet these areas, the local area may know about these like kind of nuisance flooding per se, I just want to know, would this bill would be able to capture that if a locality would, well, it depends on if they want to admit it, designate a place as a nuisance or urban or alluvial flooding, even though it may not be on the FEMA map.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Boyce. So it does address nuisance flooding, and there should be up-to-date maps for every county on nuisance flooding. But I think Delegate Stein had raised that question to me about making sure that those maps do exist and they're up to date for the whole state. I have not had a chance to check on that. I'm not sure if Mr. Pluta did or not, but we can certainly follow up and find out if there's some uncertainty around. We can look specifically at Baltimore City or at any jurisdiction in the state. And yeah, because that is an important piece of this. You're right. Nuisance flooding is specifically spelled out in the bill.
Okay, I just want to know, because I understand, again, maps are based off of FEMA maps, and FEMA doesn't define urban flooding at all. And I know they're quote unquote working on that, but maps are built from those maps that don't include those places. So I would say, I'm just saying that to say that this miss out on a quote unquote private construction of a community that is having these instances. So I just wanted to ask about that. Thanks.
Thank you for raising that. It is very important. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Alex Butler, a man who was in the running for the title this year of Dr. No. So Alex, take it away.
Oh no, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alex Butler with the Maryland Association of Counties here in opposition to House Bill 512. Hopefully not developing a new nickname. Mako opposes the bill for a few key reasons. Counties have standards for development and redevelopment subject to flooding, with siting and building code requirements for projects within these areas. County governments are certainly subject to pressure from the community, and they're often leaders in this area addressing the issue. And counties update their floodplain ordinances accordingly. The bill would apply CoSmart provisions to private development. Mako has been supportive of CoSmart when it started and applied to state infrastructure, and then eventually to local government projects with 50% or more state funds. The expertise of the CoSmart Council is designed for state-owned infrastructure. Additionally, the CoSmart Council does not currently play a role in enforcement, and the program is self-certifying. County planning and permitting departments have raised concerns about the technical aspects of taking these provisions and applying them to private development. For example, the construction of a single-family home in the floodplain or related to the CoSmart Climate Ready Action Boundary, which is a fairly substantial area. This year, the bill has an enforcement provision that ties the requirements to the Department of Natural Resources, who is to delegate the enforcement to the local government.
We're losing him.
Permitting, planning, and public works department is associated with making sure buildings are conforming to the standards. I believe it's listed that there would need a new position in Havre de Grace, and there would be many counties that would require even more positions. Local governments would absolutely need to add more positions to their departments to comply with the bill, and it's simply a poor fit for counties and municipalities. For these reasons, Mako asked for an unfavorable report on House Bill 512. Thank you very much.
Okay. Tom Ballantyne with NAOP. I think this is your first appearance this year. Tom?
It is. I appreciate the opportunity, especially this year where it's a real privilege to be able to speak today. We're opposed to the bill again this year for basically the same reasons. This is essentially creating a statewide minimum freeboard or flood elevation for construction and reconstruction. And if you're going to do that, it has to be integrated into the local floodplain ordinances and administered as part of the building permit process. This bill does not do that. It doesn't require counties to administer this process. And it adopts by reference the CoSmart siting criteria, which make the CoSmart Council responsible for meeting with property owners to administer, to discuss changes and make decisions about or provide advice about compliance. The process also requires that any waivers be taken up by the smart growth subcabinet. It's just unworkable, especially if there's a flood event where there might be dozens or maybe hundreds of property owners that need to work their way through complicated issues of how to rebuild and when, what their requirements are. Second concern is that the criteria were written for state infrastructure. It's vague in places and it contains references that don't comport well with what local jurisdictions are doing. Freeboard in Baltimore City is about to be 2 feet above the 500-year flood. This map is based on 3 feet over the 100-year flood. The Baltimore City standard is a little bit more protective, but they have more waivers, exceptions, and other refinements to their process that aren't included in the CoSmart siting criteria. And those things are going to cause trouble, especially if it isn't administered at the local level.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to respond at all to the two opponents?
You can ask them questions.
Okay. Yes, so Mr. Ballantyne, I'm not sure if you could clarify what you think the issue is around delegation of authority to locals, because there are a couple layers of delegation of authority, and it can be confusing. I had to read through it myself and talk through it with the advocates on delegation of authority between the state agency DNR to possibly a second state agency MDE to the locals. You seem to have some concerns about the local delegation of authority versus enforcement. Or
I would refer to it as an opt-in provision, and the counties have really been reluctant to take ownership of this from the first year that this bill was introduced.
Right, and DNR would actually delegate that to the locals unless they say we cannot handle it. And the enforcement piece is to say that, so DNR would mainly administer it, but the enforcement piece is just like under sediment control and other delegated authorities, if government is not handling it, says it can't handle it, or gets complaints from constituents saying, they're not doing this, carrying this out properly, then the state is able to take back that authority. Just to make sure that you're clear on that. We aren't inventing, any kind of new, regime or new type of delegation of authority with this bill.
The delegated authority is not the same as what's written into the critical area and the floodplain ordinances, which require administrative coordination between agencies, a opportunity for appeals and waiver consideration. And our concern is that it should be at the local level, and it's not clear enough that it is going to be at the local level. Nobody is available to certify the flood heights and the building elevations for the crab map, this new overlay map at the state.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that concern, I saw that concern, Mr. Valentine, in your written testimony. And I would just say to that, that the CoSmart Council has issued construction guides, to help with compliance for state projects. And I would think that, in fact, its most recent guide came out in 2020, and it's the one I referenced with the appendix with the checklist. But I would, think that DNR, because we got asked this question by Mako, could issue similar guidelines or a guidebook to local governments to answer those questions.
These right now, local government uses the model floodplain ordinance and American Society of Civil Engineers, flood resistant design and construction practices, coastal high hazard flood areas, climate resilient infrastructure design, all national engineering standards. What you have in the CoSmart siting criteria is a set of very informal criteria that don't reference for example, the FEMA guidance on what to do with buildings that are in or adjacent to flood areas that have elevators in them. There are provisions, for example, in Baltimore City's ordinance that deal with what to do about mechanical systems that are in the lower level of buildings that are inconsistent with what's in the CoSmart siting requirements, which are very blunt, 3 feet above the lowest building level. And so these inconsistencies start to multiply, especially if it's not administered locally. If part of what a property owner is managing is regulated by the local building code, and part of it is administered at the state level, it just feels like something that's going to create confusion and put people in a position where they can't get the answers that they need fast enough, and there won't be enough consistency.
I would just say briefly that I respectfully disagree on your concern about it creating confusion. Some counties, there is no question, are going to be better equipped to deal with this than others. The fiscal note, for example, says some counties might need to hire one more person, while Anne Arundel County says it can handle it with its existing staff. There was only one other local government that was cited, the city of Havre de Grace. You all can read the fiscal note that said it might need to hire one new person at a cost of $85,000. So I think counties have a variety of expertise and experience, and they have federal, and state partners. The way the bill is written, they could look to DNR and quite possibly MDE. I personally like the idea that MDE put forward. I did not ask them to. In their written statement, they said, we are quite capable of helping DNR with this law.
I think they are, and their role now is part of the integrated channel from FEMA to MDE to local government that manages floodplain ordinances. And if you, as a General Assembly, believe that there should be different criteria, different construction standards, and a higher minimum freeboard across the state, it should be in that regulatory stack. The criteria do things like require performance objectives that are accomplished to the maximum extent practicable. There is no guidance on how to do that. If it's not clarified and administered locally, it'll be difficult to understand what it takes to meet those.
So, Mr. Valentine, I would just say that those things can be clarified, but it was going back to the checklist, some things, like on any checklist, are just not going to be applicable to some proposed developments. And so,
well, this is beginning to sound like discussion for the work group. So why don't we leave it at that? I think everybody should look at that checklist that you provided in your testimony. I certainly am. And unless you have a specific question, I think I'd like to conclude the public hearing here. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 512 and the public hearings for today. Let's go to announcements, and then we do have a leadership meeting. Subcommittee chairs, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Vice Chair and then Marvin Holmes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Environment Subcommittee will meet in 4 minutes, 6:15. Thank you.
Okay, Marvin.
Yes, Housing and Real Property will meet in 4 minutes also, 6:15. Mr. Chair, I have pared down our bills from 14 to 9, recognizing the time frame that we have here. Still, however, I don't know how fast we're going to be able to get through them. You're going to have to, if I just do 10 minutes per bill, it's still an hour and a half. So you
Well,
give me
I
the cutoff
don't
date.
want, I don't want leadership to go that
Yes, sir.
long. And so, Dana, how long do you need?
Well, well, to get through the list would probably take an hour, but if we can be shorter and try to put things.
Okay, I mean, how many bills do you have, Dana?
6. Several have amendments, so we can probably get it done in 45 minutes.
Well, that means we'd be meeting at 7-ish. I kind of don't want to do that. How many, Marvin, how many bills do you have?
9. And I pared it down from 14 because I recognize we're going to be a little bit late today.
Trish, are you there? How many bills do we have on the public hearing for tomorrow?
We have 5.
5.
How many witnesses, Mr. Chair, for tomorrow?
Do we have that number?
I have not been able, I've been on this Zoom all afternoon.
Okay, all right, sure.
Number in the next, well, I have another Zoom, but I can get the number eventually for you.
Okay, look, let's meet let's have the leadership group meet at 6:40, get as many bills done as you can, and we'll meet at 6:40. How's that?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, do the low-hanging fruit. Okay, any other announcements? All right, leaders show up at 6:40, well, make it 6:45, 6:45, and I'll see all the rest of you tomorrow. Take care.